What's up?
Oh, how old are you?
I am 21.
Okay, what brings you to me?
I am not a liberal because liberalism does nothing for this country. I am a leftist. We do not need to. This is alcohol induced. I'm having a funky stroke.
I was gonna say, I can hear the alcohol off your breath through the mic, and you're talking out of a tin can. So
Happy
I'm gonna
holidays, motherfucker.
go. Yeah, all right.
I'm
Have a
gonna
good one.
go. I'm talking stupid shit.
Yep. Good luck.
But
Oh, I removed him. Listen, getting drunk the day after Christmas—that's not a good sign. That's not. I am open to talking to leftists, but as I've said before, I'm less concerned with leftists because right wingers are destroying my country, not leftists. So I'm more concerned with having conversations with right wingers. Yo, what's up? What brings you to me?
Yeah, how you doing tonight? I don't see anything wrong with drinking the day after Christmas, honestly. Aren't most people off for the week, for instance? Just saying.
Yeah, but it's just like it's like the idea is. I imagine most of the people who are going to be drinking, they probably drink on Christmas a little bit, a little bit of hard eggnog.
Yeah, but I mean, that's good, right? You're supposed to get drunk on Christmas. Those are the rules.
Well, if you're drinking 2 days in a row, I just maybe take it easy.
Well, the second day is for beer. That way you're hearing the dog, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41.
Okay. Are you Andrew Wilson? People keep asking.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you're on like an alt account?
Well, yeah, I tend to use them a lot because people get terrified by seeing me in the chat for some reason. So they don't often let me
I
up.
didn't even notice.
Even though I tend to have nothing but respectful conversations with people, I think just the name can be somewhat terrifying for people. It seems like that's how they react for some reason.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. So.
All right. So I know you're not a liberal.
Uh-huh.
You want to give me your reasoning?
Well, first, let's get into what do you consider a liberal to be?
So I'm using like a modern context that most people are probably going to understand as a liberal being somebody who's pro free speech, pro freedom of press, somebody who believes in healthcare, like
not
public
pro
option,
not pro
somebody
freedom
who
of guns,
believes
though.
in general, I think most liberals are mixed on the Second Amendment. I'm more pro Second Amendment than the average liberal, but I think in general liberals are a little bit mixed on the Second Amendment.
So the only thing that distinguishes to you between a liberal and a conservative is the value set of the first 10 amendments? Or is there more to it than that?
I was in the middle of talking. I'm still going. So like having some type of robust welfare state or social services for people if they're, hurting, lacking, meaning like, welfare for poor, less fortunate people. Free school lunches seems to be an issue that conservatives have almost entirely abandoned, that Democrats are really trying to keep around. Free reduced education as well, namely in college, seems to be under debate and under threat. And yeah, there's more, but that's the beginning.
Okay, well, you've told me a bit about the things I think you're for or against. I'm not so sure that has given me a very good purview of what a liberal is in your sense, but I'm willing to just engage with what you've said so far. So the kind of the threshold difference that we're looking at, you've talked about the constitutional amendments, first 10 of them specifically, and then some social safety net programs. What about social issues themselves? Where do you think that liberals fall on social issues? Like, that's going to be like pro-LGBT.
Pro-LGBT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of liberals are going to be pro-LGBT, sure, yeah.
Also pro-abortion?
Yep, generally.
Okay, so the big threshold here that's going to be a delineation then is going to be that a lot of conservatives follow religious rigorism, and due to that, they can't really be liberals unless it's going to somehow conflict with their faith, right?
Well, I think their current state of conservatism conflicts with their faith. I think their total abandonment of the poor and
Well, that's not
downtrodden
the
is
question
a
I asked you,
total
though.
conflict with their faith.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
that's
it's
a red
the
herring.
argument is your argument is that they can't be a
I
liberal
didn't
because
make
it
an
conflicts with
argument.
their faith.
There was
My
no. I haven't
argument
made an
is
argument
that-
yet. I haven't made.
Okay,
an
your
argument.
statement was that it conflicts with
No, that's not my
liberalism
statement. I'm
because
asking you a question. I'm
okay,
asking
so
you a question.
I'm. This is not true. You made this statement.
No,
that
I
rigorous
asked you a
conserva-
question.
rigorous-
I asked you a question. Is
Why
it
are
the
you
case
freaking out?
that-
You're
Nobody's
chill,
freaking
chill.
out.
Take
I
a smoke.
just want you
Take
to
a smoke.
engage with what I'm saying.
Take a smoke.
Can you engage
Take a
with what I'm
smoke. It's
saying?
not that
stop,
heavy.
Stop doing red
It's not
herrings,
that
dude.
heavy,
Just
bro.
engage with what I'm saying.
Relax.
Are you gonna?
Calm down.
So you're not going to engage with what I'm saying?
No, I was engaging with what you
Then good.
you
Then
said.
don't-
You were talking
then it
about
wasn't an
how
argument.
conservatives
Mhm.
apply to a rigorous form of their religion or religious base or
No,
conservative
I'm asking
values,
you a question.
and that relax.
Can I just ask the
I'm
question?
responding to no.
No.
Dude, I don't know why you're like freaking out already. Did you were you in the queue?
Because you're
and then
not
you just got
engaging.
really upset at a
Because you're
previous
not
caller?
actually engaging.
Bro, this
And
is
nobody-
not
and
this
stop-
is not
why do you keep
working if
saying-
you're just gonna go to
Why do you
like
keep
9
saying
out of
that
10
we're
at the
freaking
beginning.
out? Why do you keep saying freaking out? I just
Because
want you to
you're
engage
like
with
raising your
what's-
voice and you're
I
like
just want you
you're
to
talking over me.
engage with what's being said. So do you think
I am engaging
do you
with
think
what's being
that
said.
that
You said-
rigorism, that Christian rigorism would conflict then with what you consider liberal ideology to be, considering that some of these core tenets you're talking about are against their actual value structure? That's the question. I'm not asking for some trail off bizarre hyperbolic
it's not a
nonsense.
trail off
I
or
want you to
bizarre-
engage with the question.
Okay, so for that specific statement about whether or not it would conflict with liberal values, in some ways, yes. However, it would also conflict with conservative values because the conservative main points for the last good bit, especially under MAGA and Donald Trump, has been to totally abandon people who are less fortunate, people who have less resources, the sick, the elderly, cutting Medicaid, cutting Social Security, and cutting welfare programs. This is deeply anti-Christian.
None of those things.
One
are
of the least Christian things that you could
none
do.
of those things are anti-Christian. Can you point out
Really,
any way
nowhere
in
in
which they are?
Christianity does it say to
That
feed
the government has to give
like
you
homeless
social
people, feed poor people?
Yeah,
nowhere does it say
there's
that.
nowhere in the Bible anywhere that says the government has to give social safety nets via taxation.
No,
Nowhere.
not the government. That as a good Christian, that you should practice feeding and
We already
caring
do that.
for the less.
Christians already
able.
do that far more than liberals do. Far more.
Okay, so
yeah.
why don't they do it? Why don't they put their money where their mouth is and actually
they
do it
already
when
do.
it comes to feeding the people through the government?
They
don't.
already do. You see what I mean? How you just made a conflationary problem there? So now you're saying that the government, once again, Christians must support the government doing this. There's nothing biblical about that. That's just totally made up. You're just making it up as you go.
No, it's a very basic idea. If I'm a Christian and I believe that people who are poor, people who are sick, people who are elderly should get fed, then I fed, housed, whatever.
That's what the
then
church
I
is
should
for, dude.
advocate for programs. Then I should advocate for programs to be able to do that. And
No,
the church is
no,
failed.
that's just, you're just making things up, right? This is the concept here is that you do those things through the church, not through the compellence of force of the state. That's not biblical. You're just making it up. That's one. And two, the reason that you know
the church
that
is
so
failing.
many
Their inability to
conservatives-
do that. They're failing millions.
they're
in the
doing
country.
it. They're doing it way better than you guys do in private charity. It's not even close. Not even close.
If that was the case, then why is there still so many millions of people who are hungry or
There aren't.
less than housed
There
or have
aren't.
difficulty?
This is the most
you don't
obese
think, You don't think there's
nation-
millions?
Listen, this is the most obese
You don't think there's
nation on
millions?
planet
You don't
Earth.
think there's millions of? You don't think that there's millions of people who have food insecure or are housing insecure? You don't believe that? in America?
There's a difference between you saying that people might have worries versus you saying that they're actually starving.
worries.
They're not. They're not starving. I'll tell you what.
I never said.
if there's
When
a
did I use the
person
word
here-
starving?
If there's a person
When did I
here
use the
who
word
needs a
starving,
meal-
Andrew? Andrew, when did I
Yeah.
use the word starving?
Okay, going hungry. Who's going hungry, dude? If somebody's going
Yeah,
hungry right
there's-
now, I'll send them a meal right now. Give me a name.
Okay, there's a lot. I imagine that you
Give
can
me
go
a
down,
name.
dude. You can literally go down to a local homeless shelter right now or a food bank, and there's plenty of
You
people
mean
who are
the ones
lining
that are all
up
run
that
by
would
Christians?
love that.
The ones run by Christians? Those are, yeah,
Do
they're
you think
almost
every
always
single
run by
food
Christians.
bank is run by Christians?
Most of them, yes. Most of them are.
Almost always run by.
Yeah.
The more efficient way, the way that has been helping millions of people to be able to get their needs met, has been the government. Social Security has been a massive benefit for like older people who have had extenuating circumstances that prevent them from being able to afford
Nobody's
housing
taking
or
away
food
Social
or
Security.
the various things.
Nobody's taking away
That's not
Social
true.
Security.
The Republicans have.
Oh, show me where. When one time they've taken away Social Security. Go ahead.
Through Medicaid?
And they haven't taken away Medicaid either.
What do you mean? They made cuts. They made a massive cut. Have you not have you not been in the news?
Wait, I'm sorry. What cut did they make to Medicaid?
The taking a bunch of people off, like millions of people off of Medicaid and
they
making
didn't take anybody off Medicaid. Who got taken off Medicaid? Show me.
What are you talking about? The requirements for Medicaid changed, and there was over 1.4 million people who were cut off.
The requirements changed, but Medicaid itself didn't go away.
Medicaid, a part of Medicaid is people getting cut off who no longer meet the criteria. Do you effectively have Medicaid in your country if your criteria prevents everybody in the
That's
country
really
from
weird.
having it?
So criteria.
Like what a weird pivot.
Should there be criteria to Medicaid? Should there even be any?
Yeah, I think there should be.
Well, then what is your issue here? What is your problem then?
Is that the criteria that they changed it to cut people off of Medicaid?
To what? From what to what? What criteria do you think they changed that's so horrible to you that it's against Christian ethics, dude? What?
I mean, they cut off over 1 million people that are, I believe, in I forget specifically the age range, but there are people who are unemployed, who haven't been working, that would be cut off from Medicaid that were otherwise able to.
Do you understand? You're not giving
previously.
You're not actually giving me anything here. You're not telling me what they changed it from to and who actually got cut off and why. You're not actually.
There were
giving
individuals. What do you specifically want?
I'm asking you.
Like
if you and I agree there needs to be criteria, what is this criteria that was then changed that you disagree with so much? What is the actual problem here? What?
The problem is that there's individuals who are unemployed who no longer have access to it as a result of a change that was made under the Big Beautiful Bill.
What was it? What was this change? What was it?
The change was that individuals who are unemployed,
dude, you don't know what the change was, do you? Just say I don't know what the change was.
No, I'm sorry. More specific do you want?
What was the change in criteria? What was it actually?
It's that individuals who had a job, who are unemployed and could seek employment, those individuals no longer qualified for Medicaid.
All of them?
The individuals who are able-bodied and would otherwise be able to do it, they're no longer qualified for Medicaid.
Show me the policy. What's the policy called? I'll pull it up right now because this is
the Big Beautiful Bill.
The Big Beautiful Bill did not kick off people from Medicaid unless you were engaged in fraud, dude. It was fraud that they were after. Do you understand that?
No.
Yes. Well, then show me. Show me specifically what you're talking about then. Show me.
The One Big Beautiful Bill creates a new administrative requirement and conditions on eligibility, including work requirements for patients seeking to enroll or maintain Medicaid coverage.
Okay. And keep going.
That's it.
Dude, there's going to be a huge amount of criteria that is engaged with what that means, though. You realize that?
Wait, your statement is this didn't happen?
No, my statement was what's the criteria that you're actually disagreeing with?
No, you said several times that the Big Beautiful Bill did not restrict people's access to Medicaid.
No, I'm saying that it didn't.
You said it did not happen.
No. Don't put words in my
Yes, you did.
mouth.
You literally just did prior to me.
What's the criteria you're
there's
disagreeing
no way
with?
You're trying it.
What's the criteria
there's no
you're
way
disagreeing
you're trying
with?
it.
Are you going to answer the question, what's the criteria here you disagree with in actuality? What?
Literally including the work requirements.
So you don't think that there... Wait, that doesn't give me any information, though, on what the criteria is. What work requirements?
Okay, I don't know. Your brain is broken, man. I'm literally reading it for you. You said multiple times that they did not remove people's access to Medicaid. You said that several times. You're trying for some reason, think you're going to get away with the genjutsu and that they didn't restrict it. They did.
You agree with me that there needs to be criteria for Medicaid, right?
Yes.
So what you're saying is I disagree with what this criteria was that you claim is kicking people off.
I disagree with the change to the criteria that cut people off.
Then tell me specifically what that criteria was. You're not actually doing that.
The work requirements.
What work requirements?
You claimed that there was no change. You claimed that nobody got kicked off.
What are the work requirements? What are they?
The amount of work that you need?
Yes.
I'm just talking about a work requirement in general. I'm talking about these work requirements. I believe it's 20 hours.
So you don't think that
20 hours a week?
Wait a second. So for Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week? Just want to make sure we're clear here.
I believe so.
In order to, so you think that if you're drawing Social Security and you have Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week to get Medicaid?
For able-bodied individuals, yes.
I don't think that that's accurate at all. Can you demonstrate that for me?
What? No. Can you provide me any evidence that they didn't make a change to Medicaid?
Claim.
You made the claim they didn't change Medicaid. Can you provide any proof?
I'm asking you a question.
You did. You literally did.
You a question. You said right now.
You're asking me for what? The statutes inside of the bill? No.
I'm just asking you to demonstrate that right now, right this second, in order to be on Medicaid.
With what?
In order to be on Medicaid, you have to work 20 hours a week.
What would I demonstrate that with? What would I demonstrate that with?
Evidence.
murkier area. But there's no need to get into the murkier area because I'm admitting that I have some sort of threshold that there is possible consent with being married and possible non-consent with being married. But you're taking a hardline stance. So why not just look at the most simple stance, which is your wife, or for that matter, you saying, no, please don't touch me, and you get held down and forced against your will at that time. That's rape, and you don't believe it. And the last thing I'll say real quick, the reason this matters is so everyone could see what a sort of Christian authoritarianism would look like, because these are the sort of things that would happen depending on who's in charge.
Let's say that you're in the middle of having sex with your wife and she says, no, get off of me. Mm-hmm. Right? In your opinion, this is also rape. Yes. However, if you yourself are unconscious and cannot give implied consent and your wife does bad things, naughty things to you at night, that's perfectly okay.
Yes,
and
because I'm telling her that's how I feel. But if I tell her get off me...
Wait, hang on, just stop.
So I did a video where Rob Noir was talking about Andrew Wilson and about Andrew Wilson's thoughts on marital rape. Rob Noir said that Andrew Wilson doesn't think that that marital rape is a thing, that it shouldn't be illegal, I think. Rob Noir talked about Andrew Wilson and what his thoughts are on it. So I was like, okay. Rob Noir claimed that Andrew Wilson said that even if you violently raped your wife in a marriage, that is not great because of implied consent within a marriage. So I was like, I think I covered that debate, and I don't remember that. So it's true, like I stopped the debate a little bit before they got into this topic. So I'm going to cover it now. And let's see what Andrew Wilson and Rob Noir. So now I'm going to go back and cover that section. So here's Rob Noir debating Andrew Wilson when it comes to marriage and marital rape.
And this, that you could want to do something that is Christian, but your wife in that same situation decides to engage in sin and disagrees with you, or the inverse. Is that possible?
I mean, I suppose in the abstract it would be possible, sure.
Okay, then the idea that just because you say, my belief is that we are of one body, therefore I could do whatever I want with your body at any time, is irrelevant if your wife says, I disagree. And your only recourse to that would be like, but it would be the biblically Christian thing for her to not disagree with me. Doesn't matter what the ought is, what matters is what the is. And the is she disagrees with you, and therefore it's rape.
Hang on. Both of those things don't make any sense. Let me ask you a question, right? Let's say you get fucking drunk and you pass out. Okay, now I don't mean this as a shot, by the way. Your wife's lovely and you have a lovely family, so don't take this the wrong way.
She's listening, so be careful.
Okay, yes, but let's just say you're drunk and you're passed out, okay, and your wife stimulates you and gets on top of you and does her thing, okay, and you didn't consent. Did she rape you, Ron?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? It matters. Did she rape you or not?
Let me finish. I would say no. Because the reason I say it doesn't matter is because it's going to be up to the individual. So me as an individual will say no. But again, it's interesting that you keep using this specific. Let's say, let's take it to the logical extension. Let's say that I'm not drunk, that I'm perfectly sober.
I'm not done with my line of inquiry. I'll give it back, but I'm not done with my line of inquiry yet. So if the answer is no, this would then mean that you assume the same of her, correct?
No.
You don't assume that even though it's not rape for you, that if she was drunk and passed out, you couldn't have your way with her, even though she could have her way with you. You wouldn't assume that it was mutual?
That's correct. Just because I might
Why?
think one thing for myself doesn't
Why
mean I
would
would
you
assume
think
it about
that?
my wife.
That's the logical extension.
My assumption about what she would think would be based on conversations of what she feels that she's had with me in the past. If she had
Like a
led me
marriage
to believe-
vow?
But not just that. If we had a marriage vow, but she said never touch me when I'm asleep, it doesn't matter what that vow was. It is clear to me that it's overridden by the affirmed consent that she has revoked, saying when I'm asleep that it's not justified. Now, can I get on to what the logical extrapolation of what you're saying is? Because you keep
ahead.
talking about this very specific scenario, right? You're saying, well, what if someone fell asleep? Well, that's not all consent is. There could be negative consent given, right? Where someone says, I actually am verbally telling you I do not consent. It could have nothing. Because what you're talking about is interpretations of consent that we could even through a framework of just legally quibble about. Like, for example, if a guy only has 3 beers, but the girl has 10 beers, is it consent? Is she able to consent? These are questions that exist outside the scope of religion. So when we're talking about the idea that a religious marriage through Christianity means that we're one body, therefore consent is always given, why not just take it to the logical extrapolation? You try to have intercourse with your wife and she says, get off me right now. You hold her down and have sex with her. Is that rape?
Yeah. No.
It's not rape? Right.
not rape, no.
So then why beat around the bush with these questions of sleep?
I'm not beating around the bush. The
Yes,
logical
it is.
extension applies to you too.
No,
And
it
by
doesn't,
your
because
own
there are
logic,
all
by your
sorts-
own logic, this also can't be rape for you.
That's not true.
For you, because if your wife pinned you down and you said no in the time, right? Then you say that wouldn't be raping you.
That's not true. That is rape.
Yeah. No. Why is there a difference than if you're passed out?
Because again, the
You still
reason
couldn't
is
give
you're
implied
speaking in
consent.
absolute
It's a
right. You're
consent.
speaking. Let me finish. Because the reason there's a difference is because you're speaking in an absolute. You're saying absolutely once you're married, consent is always applied in any situation. That means when
No,
we take
that's
it
not
to
what I'm saying. I'm saying in a Christian marriage, if you
Right.
take the vow that you are now one flesh, how are you not one flesh?
okay, that's what I'm saying. In your interpretation of
Here,
what
and
you're
by the way,
married,
you're getting it later. You're getting it later, whether you
I
like it or
shouldn't-
not.
I should not laugh at that. One more white cloud on. But you're the one who's saying under your interpretation
Say
of
that again. She consented. She consented.
okay, great. Everything's copacetic. And I hear her yelling in the back. By the way, my conversations with her go much better. Definitely the talent in the family. But nonetheless, moving on.
Guys, proceed. Andrew, are we taking callers tonight?
Of course, yeah. We'll take callers and, of course, super chats. Rob knows he's going to be here for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I
He
don't
doesn't
give a
have choice. It's the
Listen,
correct
look, my
rule.
wife is prepping food and cleaning right now. If you keep me till 3 a.m, that prevents me from having to help with that sort of stuff. So I don't give a shit at all. But the difference is this. You're speaking in an absolute. You're saying under your interpretation of what marriage is, then consent is always applied, even if it is specifically revoked in the future. So even if your wife would say, I do not consent right now, you would say, nope, that's overridden by the fact that we signed or we engaged in a vow of marriage. So it's overridden. When I'm talking about these situations that are different, talking about sleep and drunk and things like that, these are questions of consent that exist outside a religious perspective. So there's different levels of this. So for example, we could say, the leftists take it to an insane rationale, which is if a woman is somewhat drunk whatsoever, she can never consent. I don't agree with that. I do agree with the fact that if the woman can't verbally consent to you and there's any doubt about it, then it's not consent. Now, if you're in a situation where you're married and this is something that is coming up in the past and the wife or the husband hasn't had a problem with it, then that's different. It's a murkier area. But there's no need to get into the murkier area because I'm admitting that I have some sort of threshold that there is possible consent with being married and possible non-consent with being married. But you're taking a hardline stance. So why not just look at the most simple stance, which is your wife, or for that matter, you say, no, please don't touch me, and you get held down and forced against your will at that time. That's rape, and you don't believe it. And the last thing I'll say real quick, the reason this matters is so everyone could see what a sort of Christian authoritarianism would look like, because these are the sort of things that would happen depending on who's in charge.
Let's say that you're in the middle of having sex with your wife and she says, no, get off of me. Right? In
rape.
your opinion, this is also rape.
Yes.
However, if you yourself are unconscious and cannot give implied consent and your wife does bad things, naughty things to you at night, that's perfectly okay.
Yes,
and not
because I'm telling her that's how I feel. But if I tell her
Right.
get off
Right.
me,
Wait, hang on. Just stop. Because you're telling her this. So
Right.
the implication from what you're saying is that you cannot make a pre-agreement with a person that stands in the future, even if it's in regards to your own body. And I need to know the justification of why. Why, if my wife says we're now one flesh? Why, if she says we now are one? We are in a single union. We're in a single body. You're basically telling me that I can't jerk off at that point. It's the same. That's the same extension of the logic, Rob.
No, it's
yes,
not.
That's what they've agreed to before. Hang on, and made their oath in front of God to that.
No, it's again. Notice how you keep running. Listen. Notice how you keep running back to the sleep exhibit because you can't defend, right, the idea that people can change their mind. So even if you swear an oath in the form of a religious ceremony in the institution of marriage,
consequences for
that's not
consequences to your oath, or don't get married.
Let me ask you this:
don't get married.
Let's take a different tack then. Like, as Andrew Wilson, the person, if you choose to chop off your finger, should you be allowed?
Should I be allowed to chop off my own finger?
Yeah, if you choose Andrew Wilson to chop off your finger, should you be allowed?
I think that if intervention is possible, it should be done. Yeah.
What do you mean if intervention is possible? I'm saying you sincerely...
you couldn't stop me. Well, like, you couldn't stop me from doing it. So I'm saying if intervention was possible, then yes, I would try.
So since your wife is of one body to you, if you choose to chop off her finger, shouldn't you be allowed?
If I choose to chop off her finger. No,
yes.
I think, like I
Why?
just said,
you're one body.
I just said if intervention is possible, it should be done.
No, but why? What do you mean if intervention is possible? I don't understand. Why is that relevant to the scenario? It's your body.
I'll explain it again. Let's say you, Rob, say, I'm about to chop off my finger. I would do everything possible within my purview and power to stop you from doing that.
Congratulations. You've just proven that Christian authoritarianism would be one of the biggest supporters of vaccine mandates.
How?
Because you're saying that if intervention is possible because people outside believe that it would be personally harmful to you to engage or not engage in an activity, then they're justified in controlling your body to intervene.
Oh, well, congratulations. You actually are the supporter of vaccine mandates, because what you just stated is that a person has complete and total bodily autonomy, right? So therefore, if they have complete and total bodily autonomy, meaning the state can't step in, they can't do any of this, they can't do any of that. This is all done via a private company, right? The private company, under your own logic, can come in. And 1 second, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm gonna take a piss break. You go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, that's a shame, because I was laughing at you. Go, congratulations, you're for this. But what a leap that Rob made, that just because Andrew Wilson would stop Rob from chopping off his fingers, well, all of a sudden now Andrew Wilson is for the jab. So stopping Rob Noor from chopping off his own finger is the equivalent of forcing people to get an untested jab for a disease which is not as lethal as it is portrayed to be in the media. So listen, we already caught Rob in one lie when he said that Andrew Wilson believes that he should be able to chop off his wife's body parts because they're one flesh. Well, Andrew Wilson said no, he would not chop off his wife's finger, and he doesn't believe that's correct. So Rob said in the other video that Andrew Wilson said that, but Andrew Wilson did not say that. When it comes to the marital grape thing, well, I guess it turns out, at least so far during this debate, this segment, that Andrew Wilson, even if it is like a violent, you hold her down by the throat or whatever like that and have your way with her, that is not marital grape due to implied consent.
Right. We are about 14-minute mark. I've paused again.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Fucking gay. All right. Sorry, guy. I'm sorry. Where's Rob?
He's taking a short. Actually, precisely at the amount of time that was allocated, plus the 15 minutes of the closing remarks. 14 minutes closing remarks, roughly. So I don't know if it makes any difference to spend another minute back and forth. I think we should just probably go into closing. I'm sorry, gentlemen. We are out of time.
Yeah, there's never a fair place to stop a debate, right? So, I don't know. Who do you want to close first?
You open, so if you want, I could close first. That's normally how it works, right? Person who open, at least in policy debate, that's how we did it. Whoever speaks first speaks last. If you speak first, it's a disadvantage. So I'll go first if the closing, unless you disagree.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
It's perfectly fine. Thank you.
All right.
I'm
7
ready to
minutes?
start. Yes.
7. Okay. I probably won't take the full 7 minutes. So what we can see here is sort of this is such a broad topic. Me and Andrew could talk about it for probably 10 hours. We'd be able to. But I still think that, the fundamental difference is sort of ideologically what we think government should be about. This is different. Believe it or not, I heard someone recently that I interviewed, who might be our moderator right now, say something very interesting about sort of the code of ethics and sort of the morality is different than what you think the legal system should be. And that's exactly what I'm saying here. My belief, and let me be clear, I'm sort of pandering to the audience, but I want to be clear, not pander. I am a Christian, but in a loose sense of the word. I am someone who believes in being Christ-like. I'm not a student of the Bible. I wouldn't even engage in that pretend to engage in that level of argumentation with someone like Andrew or Pedro or other people that argue those issues far more from an informed perspective than me. But I will say that I do consider myself a Christian. Maybe people disagree. Those labels, though, are unimportant to me because my code of ethics and my morality is different than what my ideology for what a government system ought to be. And what that government system ought to be is one that is prioritized on individual freedom and individual responsibility. And the reason is because that will allow the greatest growth of a system that allows people to make choices, even choices that are bad for themselves. And authoritarianism that sort of stops people from making those choices doesn't win hearts and minds, even in the sense of what Christianity entails. That you're supposed to voluntarily come to your walk with Christ, not because the government forced it upon you. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't laws that aren't defined by morality or based in morality that we shouldn't have. There are all sorts of them that I would agree with Andrew. Murder's bad, rape's bad, though apparently we disagree on what the definition of rape would be. Pedophilia is bad, things like that. These are things we could agree, and then obviously it gets to more nuances. We get to other sorts of laws that we may agree or disagree with. But that idea is the fundamental difference between Andrew and I is that I believe in the idea of personal freedom and personal responsibility, and Andrew is going to believe that he wants some sort of Christian authority or Christian nationalism. You can see how things will go awry quickly. First off, he has to argue for an authoritarian system. You can see the arbitrary nature, and even as he has to backtrack, where at first it seems that he's saying, I'm against women's suffrage, but then he immediately backtracks when being pushed to say, well, actually, I'm not against women's suffrage. I just don't think that all women should be able to vote, just like all men shouldn't be able to vote, just like all white people should be able to vote, etc., because they should have to meet some sort of test. But you can see how that goes against his rhetoric that required a pushback of just the lightest touch on the idea that we should remove suffrage and things like that. One of the issues we didn't talk about was his sort of accelerationism argument that would say that we should remove the tax exempt status from churches. And I was going to talk about it. I bring it up for this reason, because oftentimes in trying to reach these overarching goals, there is this sort of ends justifies the means argument where there'll be all sorts of things. We can see conflicts that have occurred in the past. I know that there have been, you can see it clearly with the Shiite and Sunnis, right? With that sort of nationalism that comes through religion, how minor differences, even amongst people that share the same religion, have resulted in blood feuds that have lasted centuries. You can see this with sort of the orthodoxy in Russia. And we had a split ferment that saw years of bloodshed that occurred from people that believed in sort of the old way of religion versus how the religion went about going in the future. With this tax exempt status, the net effect of what Andrew suggested in, this would ultimately lead to a Christian authority coalescence that would lead to a Christian authoritarianism. In the short term, what that does is shut down the church my parents go to that subsist off of like $40, $50 of donations a month, right? If you started taxing them and force someone, they don't even have a preacher. They each volunteer, the 6, 7 members of that church, each volunteer to stand up and offer a sermon one day. The idea that the government's now going to be involved, it's not just the money they would have to pay in taxes, but to keep the books and things like that to get the government involved. It's just an unintended consequences that this rationale that, the ends justify the means lead to. You can see that there's really no pushback in how this would lead to all sorts of horrific, heinous things, such as the idea that we would have enshrined in law that I guess it would now be there would be no possibility to rape your wife. There's no reason this wouldn't apply to violence. If you committed violence, it's your body after all. You have the legal right to punch yourself in the head. And when Andrew says, and we didn't get to it, but when he says, well, intervention, if intervention's necessary, someone should intervene, it would be easy to see how under this Christian authority or a Christian authoritarianism, how they would say, we know what's good for your body, and therefore we will force you to make those decisions. And it could come in the form of, I always think
cutting off your finger with no rhyme or reason to it. It's not like you have frostbite or something that's going to spread unless you cut off your finger and you have to go get it medically cut off. If you're just cutting your finger just for the heck of it, that is harmful. I don't think it's authoritarian to be like, don't cut off your body part or something like that. So, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's not, we know more than you about your body. It's like, dude, you want to cut off your own finger.
For someone that's such a lot of Christian nationalists seem to engage in things that would be sinful. Andrew, again, destroying his body by lighting up, his 73rd cigarette or something here, drinking his beer as he does so. Under many forms of Christian authoritarianism, those would both be jail sentences. Now, he says when it comes to things like that, and even
I don't like those Christian authoritarians. So.
That's right. And that, which is a point we'll get to. But remember, of the two of us, I'm telling you right now that as a dirty, sinner, I absolutely am for punishment of people like pedophiles and not just rehabilitation. So you can see sort of the justification that you see through Christian authoritarianism and these heinous things. He's made arguments that are arbitrary, such as he says, well, if my church says that, the basis for it would be if they say it's okay to have sex with 12-year-olds, there's all sorts of tension with that. I'm quite clear. Any intercourse with someone under the age of 18 should be illegal with some sort of, wiggle room. Like if you're 18 in 3 days and you're having sex with a 17-year-old, that's slightly different. But those have to come with my admitting that there are threshold problems and there is sort of an arbitrary nature in everything. The problem is Andrew wants to say that he doesn't engage in that arbitrariness, but he does. It's just his arbitrariness is whatever the leader of his church tells him. And he's admitted if the leader of the church, which has happened in the past, says that intercourse is justified with 12-year-olds or 13-year-olds or 14-year-olds, then he would have to find a reason why that's acceptable or not, which would be limited by the same arbitrariness that he claims that I'm in. At the end of the day, he even says there in a joking manner, but it is ultimately the problem with this. He says, I don't like those sorts of authoritarians. It is justified that we look and say, how could this go wrong? All forms of authoritarianism should be removed. We should limit government as much as possible and allow people to make good or bad decisions for themselves. The authoritarianism that Andrew is espousing will eventually be used for tyranny, just like the tyranny. And it's a horseshoe theory. Literally, Andrew might as well be a communist here, saying my religion of secularism and communism needs to have total authority. We need to intervene on people's personal bodies and do what we want. So I say reject the real leftist Andrew here. Embrace liberty, the Constitution, the best system that we've ever had.
Yeah. So listen, I get the sentiment Rob's going with, but the problem here is that we're not ruled under like a secularist government. We're not ruled under like a Christian government right now. And there's still authoritarianism. Like, just because you're not going to have Christian authoritarianism doesn't mean you're not going to get any authoritarianism. You could still have secular authoritarianism. That's what we've had within the last few years or so with the Democrats in power. It was a form of authoritarianism, and it wasn't done with Christian values in mind. But so now the issue is, which authoritarianism would you rather have? Christian ethics or secular ethics?
You're right on time.
Rob can take the whole 7 minutes. I don't know if I'll need to. So, unfortunately I had like a literal fire that I had to put out, but so sorry I was distracted.
One moment, please.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I meant the timer.
So what I was saying before, just to tie it up, was that these people will claim endlessly that you have bodily autonomy and then claim that the state needs to step in on your behalf every fucking chance they get, right? And it's not really bodily autonomy. They're just making up bullshit and feeding it to you, right? We have bodily autonomy until we decide that the state needs to step in and take care of our bodily autonomy. When we've been going through this discussion, you notice that my opponent almost has zero justifications for the things he believes unless he adopts my worldview. And when he adopts my worldview, like I said in my introduction, he would adopt those things. By the way, you get one interruption, Rob, because I did interrupt you in your closing, and that was not great. Okay, but it was funny, so I had to do it. But anyway, he steals my worldview, and he picks what he wants from it, and he rejects the rest. And he says, I'm rejecting the rest because it's my preference. We got in the age of consent. He thinks that that's a win for him. It's a loss for him. He's proving over and over again that the set of values that he is governed by is completely and totally arbitrary. And he knows that it's arbitrary. He had to, in his own closing, say, oh, shit, now that I just said that, I do have to kind of backtrack and say that these are arbitrary justifications. The only real things that he can make good, solid justifications on revolve around my worldview, which is why Rob respects my worldview, contrary to anything he might say. Respects it greatly. And it's why he knows, and I know, and you know out there, if Rob's wife is in baby making mood and rolls over on him in the middle of the night and he's passed the fuck out and he wakes up to it, he ain't going to the cops, guys. I'm telling you, okay? Right now, he ain't doing it. And if he did, they should probably laugh him out, right? They should probably just kind of giggle at him and go, well, them's the ropes. Sorry that your wife raped you, right? But he won't allow me to apply the same standard in the opposite direction, right? Now, I don't believe all women. I'm not that way. Unfortunately, I've been in the real world for long enough to know that women are pretty much full of shit more often than they're not full of shit. When it comes down to the question of rape, especially marital rape, it's extremely difficult, even if you're in a courtroom, to decide. And that's because of these differences that happen when you point to, well, we're married, we have a marriage vow, there's implied consent, there's all this type of thing. He's saying, well, if you're right in the moment, and she says, no, stop, man, there's a lot of women, and I'm going to tell you this honestly, who say no that mean yes. I know that sounds controversial, but they're like, no, stop. Oh, no, this is terrible. Oh, don't, no. And they don't mean any of that shit. And you all know that that's true. Not only that, but moving it forward from there, he didn't make a great case for why Christian authoritarianism is bad inherently at all. He didn't have really a justification against any of it. It was just arbitrary preferences, which is exactly what I knew it would be, from this crazy libertarian standard of personal autonomy built around some fucking constitution that's been reinterpreted 50 fucking times and is failing us massively as a society. So I'm just going to say, right, that I don't think that Rob disagrees with me on most points. Don't get me wrong, right? He really is. He's a great family man, and he's a great guy. I have the utmost respect for him, right? But we're in debate mode, and we're going to fuck each other up and fuck each other's worldview up, and that's the way it's going to be come hell or high water. But I do not believe for a second that many of the things that he brings up, he doesn't see the gray area and the nuance with, especially the vow. Remember that when a Christian gets married, they are taking a real vow. And that vow should mean something. You shouldn't be able to just be like, well, I just backtracked on it because I was like, humping the neighbor. And so I decided I wasn't going to have sex with my husband anymore. You know what I mean? No, you took a vow. When I questioned Rob on marriage, what did he say? He got tangled all up in that, right? Because he knows that it's one flesh, and he knows that the standard that he holds within his own marriage is you can't have an open marriage. That's not a real marriage. Two men getting married, that's not a real marriage. He knows what a real marriage is, and he pretty much kind of alluded to what that was. We weren't able to press on it as much as I would have liked to, but in the end, just understand that we have to have a bedrock, a foundation for which morality derives, or we don't even have a society. We end up with this hodgepodge of nonsense where we have transgender story hour and guys like Rob saying, I'll fight to the death in a foreign nation and make sure they have the right to do that. No, fuck that. That's bullshit, and it needs to stop immediately. Immediately. And that's going to take a bit of authoritarianism, and don't be afraid on the right to embrace, utilize.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Andrew had to say there, especially about embracing authority. I mean, that's why on one hand, you have all the left freaking out about us deporting, illegal citizens out of here. And that's all authoritarianism. That's authoritarianism. And I'm like, yeah, but yeah, maybe even if you're correct that it is because they're not getting the due process, we're in a situation where we let the Democrats let millions of people over the border without totally disregarding the law. They didn't have to go through the legal process. So if Trump wants to kick them out and not give them all their court dates and their due process, yeah, personally, I don't care. This is an unprecedented thing, and we have to take unprecedented measures. It's clear the left only wants us to play by the rules while they don't have to play by the rules. But going back to what Andrew's saying, I mean, he's absolutely correct about in terms of Rob, how he picks and chooses what he wants. He wants everyone the freedom to do whatever they want up until it gets too much to the extremes like murder and rape and diddling kids. And again, I want to bring up the example. Like if my wife borrows my credit card and goes and buys things, and then I see it and I'm like, hey, I didn't consent to this. I didn't say you could buy this stuff. Should I report my wife to the police and say, oh, this is identity theft? I want to charge her with identity theft? Like a lot of people would be like, yeah, no, that sounds a little extreme. That's the gray area with marriage. Now, I don't want to sit here and pretend that violent rape in marriage doesn't happen. I wish Andrew would have, he did say that, no, that's not great, but I would have liked to have pressed him further. But when is it too far? Because Andrew Wilson wouldn't treat his wife like that. Like if it ever got, Andrew Wilson wouldn't treat his wife like that. And so you have to ask, well, if it's not grape, then what is it then? Because if Andrew Wilson acknowledges that he probably wouldn't do that to his wife, okay, so he acknowledges that it's bad, right? So what should be done in those cases? Should the wife just divorce the man? What should happen in that scenario, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what I would like Andrew to answer. Is that what does he think about those specific situations? But this was a great debate between Rob Nohr and Andrew Wilson. What did you guys think about that? Leave a comment in the comment section below. Give this video a like if you liked it. And if you really like it, please consider subscribing to my channel. You'll really be helping me out a lot. Liking this video will also help me out a lot as well. If you like seeing Rob Nohr and Andrew Wilson do their thing, I have playlists for both of them on the screen, along with a channel full of content just like this that I think you'll enjoy.
This week on Christian World News, we all know Nashville as Music City. Now some are calling it ground zero for revival. See why more and more Christians are migrating to Middle Tennessee. Plus, they're trading beer pong for Bible studies. See how campus revival has come to fraternities and sororities across America. And shattered neighborhoods, shattered lives. 52,000 volunteers from 28 countries have joined forces to start rebuilding Ukraine. Meet the members of the Dobrobat Battalion. And welcome to Christian World News, everyone. I'm Wendy Griffith. Nashville, Tennessee. It's one of the fastest growing cities in the nation. The home of country music is now a hub for industries like healthcare and high tech. It's also drawing a large number of Christian ministries. I traveled to Music City to find out why so many believers are moving to Middle Tennessee.
Kelsey Cook and Chris Guerra were both born and raised in California, fell in love on stage while pursuing their acting careers, got married, and never dreamed they'd one day leave Hollywood.
So I was one of the artistic directors at the Groundlings Theater in Hollywood. That's where Will Ferrell started, Kristen Wiig, all those things. Kelsey has a ton of improv and sketch background also.
During COVID, when everything shut down, they visited a friend in Franklin, a popular suburb outside of Nashville. Even as Christians, they couldn't believe what happened.
We had people praying over us downtown Franklin.
Literally walking downtown Franklin, going into a shop, and just the owner going,
hey,
I need to pray for you guys.
right now.
We don't even know who she is. And she was like, Lord, whatever they're going through, they have big decisions to make. We just were like, what is happening?
What is going on?
We were just along for the ride.
Yeah.
After trying to make it work in both LA and Franklin, they decided to put both feet in Tennessee.
I've never dated a smart, intelligent woman before.
And started Oddity Improv.
I think it speaks for itself, right?
A clean comedy theater and training center at the Franklin Theater. They even opened recently for one of the hottest Christian comics on the planet, Nate Bargatze.
Come check out Oddity Improv. I got to see it tonight. Awesome. I'm a big fan of them too. I hope you go check them out as well.
We have worked more than ever in our industry here than we ever did
it's
in
been
LA.
wild.
And I've had an agent since I was 7 years old.
We pray before shows, which is unheard of. You wouldn't do that in LA. People wanted to rub crystals on me in LA, and they're like, is this okay? And I'm like, but if I pray over this group, it's not okay, but the crystals are okay? Anyways, so yeah, it's oddity improv. We used to call it cleanish comedy because we thought, oh, we need to, appeal to both sides. And then we had enough people go, well, why don't you just call it clean comedy? Again, both feet in.
All right, well, let's go check out the kitchen.
Longtime Nashville realtor Kelly Saboa says the trend of more Christians and Christian ministries feeling called to Nashville is real.
I think it was Kirk Cameron the other day. He said 3 things I thought were real important for people to consider anywhere a conservative state is faith, family, and freedom. And I said, wow, that's really the theme of a lot of transfers here.
According to recent census data, more than 130,000 new residents have moved to the Nashville area since 2020, bringing the total greater metro population to over 2 million people. In 2024, the region grew by 6.4% compared to the U.S. growth rate of about 3%. And although international migration plays a part, most are moving here from other states.
We're seeing a huge increase of Californians, and we're seeing Pennsylvania. We're seeing Ohio, New York, and they're looking for land. Some too. Our affordability here, we don't have state income tax. So we do see businesses like HSA and tech, like Amazon, Oracle. They've opened up businesses here because of the affordability.
Christians are moving to Nashville for a variety of reasons, and some don't even know why they're here. But many sense that this city will play a big part in what God is getting ready to do.
I believe he has a target on Nashville, the Holy Spirit does, that I believe this is going to be ground zero for revival.
Barbara Ann Jeter, who runs the Kings Hill House of Prayer overlooking Nashville and is also a realtor, says God is calling his people here for a strategic purpose.
This is what the Lord showed me, that through day and night prayer from this strategic high place, that we had an opportunity to take back Nashville from the Prince of the Air, that there really could be that white hot worship that burns and fans flames of revival into our city, but then through the nation.
She says there are practical reasons people are moving as well.
People love people here. We love you. Come. The water's warm. Come to Nashville. We welcome people with open arms, and we want them to feel like family. That's a big part of what we are doing here. We call them family because we are part of the family of God.
Longtime missionary John Peterson and his wife Mindy moved to Nashville from Colorado 3 years ago for one reason.
Friendship. The kingdom operates on friendship. It moves at the speed of friendship. So I've been coming in since the 90s to Nashville. I have dear friends here. And about 4 years ago, stuff started shifting here. You could feel it. You could feel the move. People were moving, as you know, and had no clue why they were coming. Had absolutely no clue.
John believes the migration also has to do with prayers prayed years or even centuries ago.
Prayers were prayed, covenants were made. People were brought by God, and they were high impact people, and they loved Jesus. We need to say we can't move forward until we go backwards and reclaim the roots that God birthed. So he's always somewhere first, and he puts his thumbprint on the land, and then he says, realign with what my intention for this area was.
For most people, though, it comes down to the freedom to be who they are as believers in Christ.
I think God brought us here for us to get closer to him. I don't think it has anything to do with the film industry or improv or any of that stuff.
I don't think he's really revealed the greater purpose right now. I don't think he's really seen that, but we're grabbing people going, oh my gosh, you're here for the exact same reason. Oh my gosh, your story is exactly the same as mine. That's so weird. And we're all kind of gravitating towards each other. And so I've just been saying it's like kind of a gathering of the light. We don't all know why we're here, but we know we're supposed to be working together.
It's exciting. I can't wait to see what God does next in Nashville, and I loved my time there meeting everybody. Well, up next, they're trading beer pong for Bible studies. See how campus revival has come to fraternities and sororities in America. Welcome back. Fraternity houses are well known for their party atmosphere. Now, a powerful move of God on U.S. college campuses is transforming Greek clubs into places of Bible study and even worship. Charlene Aaron brings us this story from Clemson University.
The Ministry of Greek InterVarsity here on Clemson's campus is seeing radical success as the Spirit of God moves among students. Fraternity and sorority members are leading Bible studies for their brothers and sisters, aimed at fostering community and spiritual transformation.
My eyes being open to my faith have driven me to the point where I've found purpose in Jesus Christ.
The sights and sounds of campus life are familiar, from students rushing to and from class to what's becoming a new scene on many campuses.
Then Jesus told him, "Because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed."
Frat houses, long known for alcohol-fueled parties, are seeing a surge in interest from fraternity and sorority members wanting to explore their faith.
We're here every week learning scripture and having real life conversations about what Christ is doing in our lives.
We've had everything from helping a girl get her first Bible to talking to girls about leading in the future.
Being able to walk through scripture and also open discussion for similar struggles and issues and sins and things that we're all dealing with has been unbelievable.
Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness.
Greek InterVarsity, a campus ministry which aims to see these students transformed by the gospel, has seen a 43% increase in participation over the last school year.
Really, in the past year or two, we're seeing the spiritual hunger increase of students who are showing up. I mean, we're seeing pictures and stories of fraternity houses that are just being packed and overflowing with students who are coming to Bible studies.
With nearly 8,000 students making up Clemson's fraternities and sororities, Dusty Harrison, Associate Director of Discipleship for Greek InterVarsity, says it's important to reach them on their turf.
The word became flesh and blood and moved into the neighborhood, dwelt among us. That's what we're encouraging students to do with our ministry, is to go right where their brothers and sisters are and to live and lead incarnationally, Greek and Christian.
As chaplain of Alpha Tau Omega fraternity, Trey Dowling sees the biblical connection to reaching his frat brothers with the gospel.
Jesus would have been in a fraternity. And so before you go crazy about that, he hung out with just the worst of the worst. He hung out with the tax collectors and the Pharisees and the Sadducees and got dinner with them and the biggest sinners of all time. The image of God is talked about a lot, especially in Genesis 1. So
Greek InterVarsity helps students lead Bible studies in their fraternity and sorority chapters.
Our vision and our philosophy is to pour into, to mentor, and to disciple student leaders in different fraternities and sororities on campus so that they can be encouraged and equipped to lead ministry in their chapter in a way that they uniquely can because of the relationships and the proximity.
Being that guy who, can go downtown with them and not drink and get a water at the bar and just stand with them and have more fun than they are. Everyone's like, dude, why aren't you drinking? Why aren't you doing all this stuff? So that's been really cool for me. And they're like, why do you do this? And that leads to those conversations.
Eric Mendenhall, chaplain for Kappa Sigma, leads the weekly Bible study, something he never imagined after growing up struggling to fully engage scripture.
It wasn't that interesting to me, but ever since I started going to Greek IV freshman year last year, the word is so interesting to me. And I love to learn about it, and it's something that I look forward to.
All of this comes as revival sweeps across college campuses. In Indiana, Purdue's Greek InterVarsity has become the largest student group on campus, while Indiana University recently saw 98 Greeks make decisions for Jesus. Brian Mann, National Director of Greek InterVarsity.
Yeah, so last year there were 215 fraternities and sororities across the country that were creating this sort of intentional space. And that was about 40 campuses that we were uniquely on.
This growing spiritual desire aligns with recent research, which found Gen Z and millennials fueling a Bible reading comeback. Weekly Bible reading among U.S. adults has climbed to 42% in 2025. And nearly half of young Americans engage Scripture weekly.
My faith was not what it should have been when I was younger, so coming here, being with all these guys helped me really grow as a person in faith and just as a man in general.
For Luke Totten, spiritual support from his frat brothers helped him through spiritual loss.
My grandpa was really sick, and attending that Bible study gave me people who are going through very similar things. Like, my grandpa unfortunately passed away like towards the end of that 8 weeks while we were rushing the fraternity, but it gave me an outlet to go and talk to people in a more serious setting than just sitting around outside or doing whatever.
Greek InterVarsity sees great potential for growth, reaching students for Christ via its chapters on more than 500 U.S. campuses. Organizers hope the current momentum can help shape college life in America for years to come.
Reading the Bible, but also like talking about the Bible in a fraternity with a bunch of guys and like everyone admitting that they're broken, but like we're in need of saving is one of the coolest things that I've been able to experience in college.
Charlene Aaron, CBN News, Clemson, South Carolina.
Coming up, the volunteer battalion that's rebuilding homes and bringing hope to the victims of Russia's war in Ukraine. Welcome back. Across Ukraine, Russian attacks are destroying homes and shattering neighborhoods. Families are desperate with no place to go. In the midst of the devastation, strangers are showing up to help the victims rebuild their lives. George Thomas introduces us to the volunteer battalion that's restoring hope.
Just after 3 a.m. on May 24th, massive explosions jolted the quiet community of Markalivka, southeast of Kyiv.
We were struck by 2 Iranian Shahed drones and 2 Russian ballistic missiles.
Viktor Vlashenko shared a home video with us he took just minutes after the attack.
My wife and I were in the house that night sleeping. We are extremely lucky to be alive because they struck so close, but fortunately none of the shrapnel or glass hit us.
As daylight broke, the extent of the devastation became painfully clear.
There was debris everywhere. People absolutely stunned and in shock.
However, something quite different is happening. Hammers are swinging, roofs are rising, and hope is taking shape. These are volunteers of Dobrobat, one of Ukraine's largest volunteer reconstruction battalions.
Right here, one of the Russian ballistic missiles struck, and right next to it, a Shahd drone hit this home. Another drone hit behind this building, and another missile struck right here.
Leading us through the shattered neighborhood is Dobrobat's head of regional development, Mikhailo Brishko.
These are civilian infrastructures. Ordinary people live here, unfortunately. A man died in this building, and many were wounded.
At Victor's home, team volunteers are just beginning the long rebuilding process.
As you can see, the house was destroyed, and our first step is to rebuild the roof so that it's not leaking and not flooding the rest of the house.
Dobrobat now works across 14 regions of Ukraine. And for families like the Vlasenkos, the help is life-changing.
I want to give my great thanks to these volunteers who are helping rebuild my home. It would be extremely tough without them managing the scale of the financial cost to fix our place.
Dobrobat started shortly after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. And since then, some 54,000 volunteers from some 28 countries have joined the organization with one goal: rebuild Ukraine. Among those swinging hammers and clearing debris are Ukrainians from across this country, each driven by their own sense of purpose.
I have been doing construction work for 20 years. These are tough times. War is so scary and tough, and that is why what we are doing is so critical.
These crews deploy after each missile or drone attack, sometimes within hours.
So far, we have rebuilt more than 10,000 homes around the country, thousands of apartments, and more than 120 civic centers, hospitals, schools, kindergartens.
The word Dobrobat in Ukrainian means volunteer battalion, or simply Kindness Battalion. Today, that kindness is carrying Victor and his wife through a moment they never imagined facing.
I feel bad for them. I sympathize with their situation, so I had to step in and help. This is my soul's calling. I feel the need to help others during this time for the country. And I think we all need to help each other and stand united.
Among the newest volunteers is 22-year-old Michael, an American from New Mexico. His connection is deeply personal. His father is Russian, his mother American, and he has Ukrainian relatives. His family supports his decision to serve here.
They support Ukraine, especially coming from a Russian background. My family is very ashamed of what our country is doing to Ukraine, and I think that it's important to help them also.
We met Michael and these Dobrobat volunteers repairing an apartment complex in another recently damaged area of Kyiv.
I love it here, honestly. It's one of my favorite cities I've ever been to. I've traveled quite a bit. I've been living out of a backpack for the past 4 years, and by far, Ukraine is my favorite country.
It is Michael's first time in Ukraine, and despite ongoing Russian strikes, he's not deterred.
There's danger wherever you go in life, and of course there is, danger here. This is a city that isn't an active war zone. We do get bombed. But as you can see here, everyone is very brought together and close-knit as a community, so it doesn't feel as dangerous.
Back in Markalivka, as debris turns into construction materials and trauma slowly gives way to hope, families like Victor's know they are not alone. Across Ukraine, Dobrobat volunteers are proving that even during relentless attacks, compassion can rebuild what missiles destroy. George Thomas, CBN News, Kyiv, Ukraine.
And thank you so much, George. You can get Christian World News delivered straight to your inbox. To sign up for our weekly email update, just go to cbnworldnews.com. We'll be right back. Finally, this week, young Americans are less likely to believe in God and embrace Christianity. That's why the search is on for innovative ways to reach them. Some companies have found success by creating specific faith-based content directed at Generation Z and Alpha. Billy Hallowell has the story.
4 million. That's how many copies have sold of the Action Bible, a popular comic book-style retelling of Scripture. Brock Eastman, branding director for the project, believes the book's popularity sheds light on young people's evolving Bible engagement.
The story to life. And we like to think about the Action Bible bringing the Bible to life in a different way. For this generation specifically, who is involved with graphic novels, this Bible appeals to them because they like that kind of, I can see the images of the story moving. And there's a narrative, like a paraphrased narrative of the Bible story that's easy to understand and sounds like a conversation. So it's a very inviting Bible. I think that's what stands out about the Action Bible for a lot of people.
Others are on a similar mission. Arv Soli and his team at BibleX are currently developing Gate Zero, an immersive video game where players explore Scripture.
That's the reason we're doing this, is to make the next generation able to experience the Bible and understand it. And also, we truly believe that in order to be saved and to understand the big hope that God has given us through Jesus, we truly believe that you have to spend time with it.
Soli believes it's possible to entice Generation Z and Alpha to encounter Scripture by tweaking strategy and meeting them where they are.
Just as the printing press made the Bible accessible to the masses, young people, they don't read anymore. So we truly believe that this can be a huge and will be a huge help for young people to both understand it with their mind, but also with their heart.
Instead of the printing press, yet another company, TruePlay, uses technology to deliver games, comics, and videos to phones and tablets through an app. Founder Brent Dusing shares his mission to reorient the content young people consume.
Everything we do contains God's truth. It's a faith-forward solution for families where kids are on screens 50 hours a week, and most of the time they're playing games.
Dusing wants to infuse biblical truth into young minds by tapping into this reality.
Our vision is to change an entire generation.
Billy Hallowell, CBN News.
Amen. Thanks so much, Billy. And thank you for joining us this week. Until next week, from all of us here at Christian World News, goodbye and God bless you.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me. Yeah, why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? Valuetainment, giving values contagious. This world of entrepreneurs, we get no value to haters. How they run, homie, look what I become. I'm the one.
Just a little Patrick Swayze reference.
But by the way, Patrick Swayze, he used to live in La Crescento Valley, right off. You could always see his place. It was off the 210 freeway. Anyways, we are live, episode 209. We were able to make this work. We got Kevin Sorbo, a.k.a. the Hercules, in the house today. Kevin, great to have you on the podcast.
Good to be here. Good to be here. I'm glad we could work it out.
We got a lot of things to talk about.
We do.
So apparently we're going to be selling a lot of books today.
Well, we'll try.
Yeah. And hopefully at the end we'll kind of talk about some of the stuff we got going on here with the book. But crazy times. There's a lot of weird things going on today.
It just gets weirder.
Yeah,
it's just strange. It's just strange, and the mainstream media loves to perpetuate it, as you know. So
what do you think? So for a guy like you, who's been in Hollywood, people would dream to have a career where they get a show that takes off. Hercules, people, I don't know how many countries we're watching, 150 plus.
We were in 176 countries. Pardon the sin of pride, but by season 3, we were the most watched TV show in the world.
That's pretty intense. That's like a dream for an actor to do that and to be the leading. So you've gone there. You've been in it for late 80s, I want to say early 90s.
No, we shot from 93 to 2000.
No, as a professional.
As a professional?
You, as an actor.
As an actor, I actually started in 1980.
1980.
Yeah.
Okay. So how much?
40 years. So I started when I was 2, I'll say, but that's not true.
how much has Hollywood changed the last 40 years?
It's insanity what's going on in there. Look, my agent called me it was about 10, 11 years ago, my agent and manager together. They're never in the same place because they're on different sides of the hill there in California. And I felt like it was an intervention, but I walked in and said, we can't work with you anymore. Because I started getting pretty vocal on the internet, and my wife says, they're going to come after you. I said, why? What am I? I'm just saying the truth. This is the truth. But apparently the truth is a horrible thing to say on the internet, as you know. So they said, we can't work with you anymore. And Hollywood studios saying, no, he's a Christian, he's a conservative, we can't work with him. And I thought, wow, this is incredible. You guys for decades are the ones screaming for tolerance, screaming for freedom of speech, but as you know, that's all a one-way street with Hollywood. And that's too bad, because I don't harbor that kind of hate and anger that they have towards people like me. I just don't. I have friends that are liberal, friends that are atheists, and we get along, we have a beer, we play golf, and we give each other a hard time, but we're still friends. But it's a different world right now in terms of, as you know, the divisiveness that's gone on, and I think it's been created a lot by some of the presidents we've had in the past, and also certainly the mainstream media that jump on this bandwagon to go after anybody who has a different point of view.
Kevin, in Hollywood, Malik, if you can bring me up about 5 points. In Hollywood, if you look at some of the guys that are able to coexist with all the other liberals that are in there, say politically, we know which side Hollywood leans on. It's not a new thing. Everyone knows about it. But you see some of these guys that are still able to keep producing, and they're almost like a untouchable community. I call it the saint status, where a Clint Eastwood, you can't touch him. He's untouchable.
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg was on Fox News last week talking about he's moving his family to Nevada because he wants a better environment for his kids. He doesn't want the Hollywood thing to be there. He kind of feels like it's a better place for him to raise his kids. There's certain guys in Hollywood that are still producing, still making. Some of them obviously got blacklisted. Vince Vaughn used to do a lot of work. He got a little bit benched for a couple of years.
Sure.
Then he came back, maybe not at the levels he was pre-Ron Paul Libertarian, all that stuff that he was doing. How do some of the guys that are still conservative, people know they're conservative, what makes them get away with it in Hollywood?
Well, I just think, like you bring up a Clint Eastwood, I think the fact that he was been such a big star for so many years in the A-list world, I think that he they know they got a hit with him. They may disagree with him. Was he 92 years old? I still heard he wants to direct one more movie. I've known Clint. We're not buddies, but I've known him for over 25 years, and I keep saying, Clint, one line. That's all I want in one of your movies. I just want to say I was in a Clint Eastwood movie. But Wahlberg, I think Wahlberg is sort of in that same category in the younger generation. But these guys, there's no fear with it. You know, I wasn't in the A-list world, but I was staying busy. I mean, after Hercules, I did a show called Andromeda for 5 years, Gene Roddenberry spinoff. And, you know, I stayed working, but I do a lot of independent movies. Hollywood gave me the boot, but I still love the industry. I'm still staying alive. I've shot over 45 movies since Hollywood said goodbye. You know, not all of them are great, but a lot of them are pretty darn good family movies. And that's what I want to keep doing.
Yeah.
So I'm fortunate to keep my career going, but it's not like they can still do these big $100
Why
million
can't they?
budgets.
Why do you think they can do it? Why do you think for example, Wahlberg, I want to say he's a Catholic, right? When he did the movie Stu, what's the movie called, Father Stu or something? I watched it. By the way, it's not a crazy movie. I thought it was going to be a better movie. I'm a big Mark Wahlberg fan.
Sure.
I wouldn't say it's his top 10 movie of all time, but it really impacted him in a way where he kind of came out and talked about how this movie got me thinking, family, all this other stuff. How long has it been known that Wahlberg or Clint or some of these guys are either conservative or not part of the camp in Hollywood? How long has that been known?
I think it varies for each of them. I think for Clint, it's been for a long time. I mean, he wasn't afraid of, you know, he was the mayor of Carmel up there in California.
Right. Just for one reason.
Yeah. And I just think that there's no fear factor with him, and I think that's great. I think you got guys like Bruce Willis. He's been more vocal. Unfortunately, his health's not very good right now. James Woods, he got banned from, you know, Facebook and Twitter. I got banned from Facebook for posting the truth about COVID, but God forbid you do that. Mark Zuckerberg's a bit of a wuss, and his trolls are the same. But, you know, I'm going to keep fighting the good fight and keep speaking for the truth, and we got to keep doing that. How long these guys done it, and I have no idea. I just know that Mark Wahlberg, I think, has been more vocal lately. I think Adam Sandler's on that side too. He's not as vocal, but he still has messages in his movies that show that he is, and I pretty knows he's more conservative than people probably know. But you know, I think there's a fear factor for so many people. I get actors every time that do my movies coming to me because I produce my own movies. I've been directing a lot lately, and they come up, hey, thanks for being a voice for us. And I go, why don't you be a voice for yourself? Why do I have to be your voice? Well, they don't want the same thing to happen to them that happened to me.
What year did this really start culminating? Like you said, you started acting in the 80s. You probably didn't notice it then. You know, Clint Eastwood's been speaking at the RNC for 20 years now, whatever it is. But you must have noticed some sort of slippery slope in Hollywood. Like, was there a trigger point when you start to see the mechanics kind of shifting and the wokeism taking over? When did that happen?
I've always seen it, but I think when Obama got elected, I think 2008 was a turning point. Not because he's half black, by the way, he's also half white. Okay, people forget. I just think that he brought forward a different view of America to people. You know, he get his wife saying, "I'm finally proud of being American." Really? You know, we're not a perfect country, but we're still a country everybody wants to go to, right? Nobody's taking boats from Key West to Cuba. They're all coming across here.
Correct.
So to me, it's like I started noticing it during those years, especially. I think when Trump got elected, to get attacked every single day. Here's a guy that both parties loved. He was on all the talk shows. He was on the magazines. They had him all. Once he decided to go for one side and say, look, I'm conservative. I'm going to make America a better place. Every day. I don't think no president has gone through what he's gone through every single day of his presidency. And they still go after him.
So you know what that does to me, though? This gets me to think about, because at one point, you're right, Trump was untouchable. Trump was saint status. Trump was, you know, larger than life. Tupac talks about, I mean, everybody would, you know, rap about Trump, and then he goes out. So maybe the differentiator is there's got to be a line you can't cross with Hollywood for them to turn on you. You can be privately known as conservative, like a Mark Wahlberg or a Clint Eastwood or Adam Sandler or some of these names you're saying, but as long as you're not too vocal, like a, you know, James Woods, as long as you're not too vocal as yourself or some other people, we'll let you slide, but you cannot be too vocal. You think that's kind of what the line is there?
Yeah, I think for me, not being an A-lister, but being an actor that was still steadily working and still have every year for the last 4 decades, I was easier to go after right away because I'm not doing $300 million movies that are making $1 billion to the studio. I mean, they can scream all they want that they love socialism. Let's face it. I mean, Disney still wants to make money. They're a capitalist business. They can put on that flag.
I don't know if Chapek wants to make money. So that's why he got fired.
That's why I got rid of him. Yeah.
Oh, and he was good at not making money.
Yeah, he was very good at not making money. I mean, you guys hear about? By the way, 2 comments. One, what you just said about COVID. You made a comment on Facebook. I don't know if you guys saw this on Twitter. This is as of November 23rd. This is an announcement. Effective November 23rd, 2022, Twitter is no longer enforcing the COVID-19 misleading information policy. So that announcement was just made.
What does that mean exactly?
Which means now if you want to push back to Fauci, if you want to push back with vaccines, if you want to push back with that, Twitter is no longer banning you like they did before. That's what they're talking about.
Or if you want to ask them why they're pushing amnesty through a very carefully placed piece in the Atlantic where they're saying, oh, why don't we just get over all this and give everybody amnesty? Oh, really? Isn't that interesting? Well, now, why would you need amnesty?
What do you think about, a guy that's been in the space? What do you think with what's happening with Disney? Disney just came out with this one movie, a cartoon. Is it Strange World?
Yeah, Strange World.
Strange World. I went with my son to watch this movie. Apparently, this movie, they cost them $180 million to make. They're expecting to lose $100 million. It's known as their worst bomb of all time. This is back-to-back with the other movie they did. What's the Lightyear, Buzz Lightyear?
Yeah, which was also bombed. Yeah.
Which was also bombed. And I tweeted about this. If you can go on Twitter, I want to show the backlash I got, which was awesome. It was funny as hell. So I'm watching this movie this weekend. We take the kids. It's me, my 6-year-old daughter, Senna, Dylan, and my 10-year-old son. We're sitting there watching the movie. Commercials start. We like the commercials. And then the movie starts. Within 5-10 minutes, my son looks at me and says, Dad, I have no desire to watch this movie. Let's leave, right? Don't go to this one. Go to the original one, what I posted. Go, keep going back, keep going lower, or it's not going to let you do it. Let's see if it's not going to let you do it. It's one more after that. Oh, my goodness. Keep going a little bit more. That's one right there. So zoom in. So as I took the kids to watch this movie, cartoon Strange World, within 10 minutes of the movie, my 10-year-old son said, Dad, I have no desire to watch this movie. Can we leave? Tico says this to me, right?
Your oldest son.
My oldest son. He says this, and we leave. Because within 10 minutes, everything seems to be a little bit too much of messaging, and it's not even holding back anymore. It's in your face. And then I got trolled, which was hilarious. Go back up to some of the comments, the one that you were, keep going.
About the vernacular.
Look at this one
used?
here. This is sick. Look at this. Dearest Father, it has been 10 minutes, and I'm already unentertained by this subpar production due to the average attention span of my age. Anyways, people trolled Tico. And they said, what 10-year-old son says, I have no desire to watch this movie? I said, a 10-year-old who's read 500 books.
Right, what they don't know about Tico.
They don't know who he is.
Literally how he talks.
That's how he talks. It's so weird.
Father, I have no desire to perpetuate this indoctrination.
But what is the movie about, though? You haven't heard them.
What do you think about it? We'll talk about that. What do you think about Hollywood? What do you think about what's going on with Disney right now, specifically Disney?
It's weird to me that they want to cater to these lowest percentage of people on the planet. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand this wokeness thing. I always think I'm one of the first people that got attacked by the woke world and the cancel culture in Hollywood 12 years ago when they basically said we can't work with you anymore before it became a term. And I honestly don't get it. You look at a movie like the Top Gun Maverick movie. It did so well because people said, here's just a movie that just, waves the flag. Certainly it does, but that's what Top Gun, that whole thing's all about. But it wasn't pushing this agenda or pushing that agenda.
We didn't even know who the enemy was. We didn't know who the bad guy
they didn't want to. They didn't want to do that either. But at the same time, it was just a movie that was just fun to watch, and it was just it did so well because it catered to the audience that still wants to go see theaters.
Yeah,
I don't. People get mad. There was a movie. Was this the one that had the gay relationship in it or something? So they get mad because people don't want to see that. And you're going, well, let people see what they want to see. I thought they're supposed to be a free country and we're supposed to go what we want. I'm not telling Disney not to do what they're doing with the movies, but why am I doing movies that are totally opposite, that have love and hope and laughter and redemption? Those are the kind of movies I want to do, and those are the movies that people keep telling me to make. But I don't have a $100 million budget like they do to advertise it, because they did. That's what they did. A movie like that needs to get to about $500, $600 million to break even.
Yep.
And that's why they keep doing movies like Avatar and Avengers and things like that. They need to get to that level, but they're going to make $2 billion in theaters. So they're going to make Pirates of the Caribbean 14. They're going to keep making these movies until people get tired of it.
340.
And they'll keep doing it.
So you think they're
Fast and
eventually going to
Furious.
pay Johnny Depp the $300 million to do Pirates of the Caribbean?
Probably.
And you think he's going to accept it?
Probably.
You might have heard he's had some legal troubles.
Yeah.
But when you said the term, they keep playing to the lowest percentage of people. What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, it just seems like they wanted. Okay, what percentage of the population is transgender? 0.25%. It's pretty low.
Yeah, exactly.
fine. People want to do that with life, fine. I'm not racist towards that or hate people that go through that. In fact, I feel sorry for some because what I've read about it, they go through a lot of things psychologically as well.
There's a lot of trauma.
Yeah, a lot of trauma in that world. And then the gay population, I love when they call me a homophobe. I've been in the business 40 years. I work with gay people in every set I've been on. You won't find one that said, he was so mean to me. They won't. But it's easy, just being a conservative is enough for them to say, oh, he hates gay people. No, I don't. But it's easy to have that mark, and they have their labels, but that's all they have is their labels. They don't have things to back it up. They have these little labels that the media tells them to say, you're racist, you're homophobe, you're anti-Semite. They say all this stuff. Well, they're actually the ones who are anti-Semite. But anyway, it's a weird world out there right now where they come after you for anything. I mean, the people that attack me on Twitter, I can say, great day in the golf course. I hope you die. You know, so these people have nothing better to do with their lives. And to me, I feel more sad for them. I don't feel anger towards them. I feel like, my God, what kind of life did they lead when they got to wake up every morning, look in the mirror, and hate what they see? What a horrible way to go through life every day.
You're saying like the law of large numbers, that 0.5%, 5%, 2%, whatever the number is, they're catering to that audience than the 90+%.
You know what it's
which
like?
Is weird.
Yeah, it's called the loudest percent.
What business are you in? You're in what business?
The life insurance settlement.
But you're not just in the life insurance business. You're in the life settlement business.
Correct.
Okay, so life settlement. Imagine if you started targeting 20-year-olds and your commercials for life settlement, which is what? For clients that are above 78, let's just say, right? 75 and up, right?
Correct.
Imagine if these life settlement companies started targeting 18-year-old kids saying, think about your life insurance policy. 18-year-old kids can say, what the hell? I guarantee you 90% of people listening to this right now don't even know what life settlement is.
Correct.
Like, I'm sorry, let me Google life. Here's what life settlement is. You're 75 years old. You have a $5 million insurance policy. You got a $2 million insurance policy. Everybody you love is no longer alive, and your kids, who you had insurance for, no longer need insurance because they're married, their career's fine, they're doing good, but your premium used to be $200 a month. Now it's $500 a month. Now it's $2,000 a month. You can't afford it. So you got $5 million. A guy like this comes up to you and says, listen, I'll pay you 18% for your $2 million policy. You're paying however much money. I'll pay you 18% for it. What's 18%? $360,000 here. Give us a $2 million insurance policy. We'll pay the premium. You're 78 years old. Based on your life expectancy, you're going to die at 85. We'll take the risk. Okay, cool. 360, I'm alive. I get the $2 million policy. I'll make the exchange, right? If an insurance company targeted 18-year-olds, that's stupid practice, okay? And that's what Disney's doing. So on the capitalism side, it's dumb practice because capitalism eventually exposes dumb ideas, and Disney's getting exposed for dumb ideas. Bob Chapek, where they had to beg a Bob Iger to come back, which Bob Iger is sitting there saying, I may have some political aspirations that he has to put on pause because the guy went from being a Democrat to apparently he's more in the independent middle right now. And he was kind of having the conversation when he was buying 21st Century Fox when Murdoch asked him and said, hey, any aspirations to running for office? Not really, even though he was thinking about running for president. Will Bob Iger save it? Then there's the other part. So one is capitalism is going to expose. You know what the other part is? Here's the other part. Sitting there with the movie. It's literally the scene when it happens. So far, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this cartoon. I actually like watching cartoons. I like cartoons. I'm the 44-year-old guy that likes watching a good cartoon. And then all of a sudden, you see this 10-year-old kid blushing when another 10-year-old kid with highlights shows up. It's like, oh my God. And I'm like, wait, what? And they come like, oh. I said, okay, I get you, what you're trying to do. You want to say that we have a high DEI score because everything you have meets the guidelines of that community. Okay. One, don't forget who your customers are. Kids are not buying $20 tickets. Parents are. You're an idiot if you think parents are going to sit there. Most parents are going to sit there and say, well, you know what? It's okay. No, a lot of parents are going to say, no, it's not okay. And then they're going to go to a different place. So then the rumor mill goes into this story, which I want to read in a time. I want to get your commentary on this. Crazy story. No, it's not true. There's no way this would ever happen. We never talked about this. We've never had any kind of an interest in this. This isn't true. It's just a bunch of people writing about it. Can we stop talking about this topic here? I want to see where the story is, by the way. There it is. Okay, page 4. Let me read this to you. So, crazy rumor says Bob Iger might want to sell Disney to Apple. In a move worthy of HBO's TV show hit Succession, Disney announced late on Sunday that Bob Iger is replacing Chapek as CEO. Chapek was the CEO of Disney for nearly 3 years. He was Iger's pick for the job when he retired from his tenure as CEO. And Iger's new mission is to find another replacement. But Disney's insiders now claim that Iger's ultimate goal might be to sell the company, with Apple being the most likely buyer. We have seen speculation in the past that either Disney or Apple would be interested in such a deal. Previously, Iger noted that Steve Jobs was a close friend. A Disney-Apple merger might have been on the table if it weren't for Jobs' ultimately death in 2011. With Iger's return to Disney, insiders are already speculating that his mission might be to sell the company, and the Apple's name is popping up again. One such insider talked to Ramp, saying that Iger will sell the company. This is the pinnacle deal for the ultimate deal maker, the unnamed insider claimed. This is not verified. Nobody knows. Can it happen? Tom, what are your thoughts on the story?
Well, I think what's going on is it has to happen. What you have to do is don't think of Disney as a content company right now. Think of them as an entertainment company. So, and they have all these legs of entertainment. They got the theme parks, they make their own movies, but they've also know that the control has shifted because all of the expensive infrastructure guys are going bankrupt, right? Whether it be DirecTV, whether it be Dish, or delivering hard cable. All of that is a losing business. Over the top is everything, and we all call it streaming. And if you take a look at it, Hulu's got about 10, 11% of the total streaming market now. And Disney Plus has got about 15%. So that's 25% of it. Remember, that's of spend because Hulu gives you live sports, local channels, all that. Disney Plus gives you the Marvel library.
I actually like the Hulu product. I just got turned on to it recently. I like the product.
I love the Hulu product. I'm a longtime subscriber.
Yeah.
And then Disney Plus has got massive libraries. So that's really a Netflix competitor if you think about that. They got the Marvel, they got Lucasfilms, and they have all their own stuff. Now you step back and look at it and say, wait a minute, what of Apple TV? What library do they have? Well, they don't really. How are they able to compete with YouTube and with Hulu to be the cable provider? So you get your local channels and all the other stuff with it.
Right.
The answer is they really can't. They're kind of stuck at 7%. If Apple buys Disney, you instantly have 1/3 share of the streaming dollars and 1/4 of the over-the-top cable subscribers. That's huge. And so now you have consolidation. And you have to step back and look at, and I'll do a tangent here, but I think people understand it. Remember a day about 10 years ago, we had about 7 mobile phone companies in the United States? Now we have basically 3. T-Mobile, which includes Sprint, Verizon, AT&T. That is 95%. So the consolidation happens. So Iger yesterday was asked about Disney selling to Apple, and you hear what he said? He said, I don't think Disney is going to be making any massive acquisitions for a while. I'm very interested in reducing the $1.5 billion loss we had on streaming at Hulu. Wait a minute. That wasn't the question was answered. I wasn't asking if you would make a large acquisition. I was asking if Apple would acquire you. And he very skillfully answered it a very specific way. And I took note of that. And I believe what's going to happen here, the over-the-top consolidation has to continue.
That's a big, if Apple does that, they already have a monopoly, bully in Twitter over the weekend, the last couple days. This would be massive if Apple pulled this off. And by the way, if there's anybody that has the cash to pull it off, that can do the financing, it's one company, and that's Apple. Kevin, have you ever worked with Disney?
I have. They're actually the sitcom for them. And when Andromeda finished in 2005, I did a sitcom that was owned by them because they owned ABC as well. And it was called Bobby Cannon. It's an idea that I came up with my old manager. We wrote out the 10-page outline for the series, the Bible for the series. We got Barry Kemp to come in and write it. Barry Kemp he created the Coach series with Craig T. Nelson. He created the Bob Newhart series. Norm Macdonald's a really good writer. And we actually tested number one of their 20. They had about 28 pilots that year.
What year was this?
2005.
Okay.
Go on. You can see Bobby Cannon. It's online. I play an aging quarterback for the Chicago Bears at the end of his career. It's kind of like Coach meets Cheers in a way. Still a playboy, still playing around. Kate Walsh was in it, playing my biographer. She went on to do private practice for many years. Rocky Carroll, who's been on NCIS the last decade. Great cast. And we tested number one for ABC, and they didn't pick us up. Welcome to the politics of Hollywood. Who knows what they are? People don't realize that each of these network guys that run it, CBS, NBC, Fox, whatever, the presidents, they get the final say. So there's a lot of good shows out there that people will never, ever, ever know about. There it is right there. People will never know about the show. And they'll never, and it's a great show. We tested number one. They bring me to New York for upfronts. They picked it up. The next day, they decided not to pick it up. I went from like riding high. They did USA Today did a big article on me saying Kevin Sorbo from Herc to Kirk, because I played Captain Dylan Hunt, but it's a sequel to Shatters. Is he now the king of comedy? Big article on me. It was
Wow.
It was very exciting, very cool. Because I've done a number of guest spots. I was on Murder She Wrote. I was on 2.5 Men. I've done Dharma and Greg, all these different shows. And I figured this is going to be awesome. I love the live audiences. It was a blast. We had a great time with the show. It's absolutely hilarious, and they don't pick it up.
How
They look
are
at this.
decisions like that made, by the way? Like,
I have. Who knows?
Really?
I think there's politics involved. Yeah. But they have a thing in there that they call it. I can't remember. It was the head of Lorimar at one time, and they came up with a ruling because this is what happened. There was a series Jag. You may have heard of Jag.
course.
You ran for
Yes.
10 years.
Sure. Jag, yeah, of course.
Well, at the first season was NBC or whatever, going to CBS. The Les Moonves Law, that's what they call it. So what happened was the show, they didn't like the ratings on the show. So CBS says, well, we'll buy it. They buy it. It becomes a massive top 10 hit for 10, 12 years. So they don't want to be embarrassed anymore by doing a show that they pull off the air. So now they sit on the shelf for 5 years. You have to sign a contract. We own it for 5 years no matter what happens to it and the pilot. So they don't do it. They let it die of attrition on the shelf instead of actually putting it back out there for people. And the egos of all these guys coming in, they don't want to take an old show from somebody else anyway and redo it. They want their own show with their own people. And that's what happens when any network or studio gets taken over by somebody new. A lot of people lose their jobs and they bring in their own people. So this is the battle with that show. It's a great, great show, and it's unfortunate that it didn't go. But that's part of the deal. You got to fight with these guys because it happens all the time. And that it killed me when that show didn't go.
Kevin, did you ever, in your career in Hollywood, did anybody ever sit you down and say, hey, Kevin, relax. You're talking too much. You got a good career. Be quiet. Keep your politics to yourself. It's going to hurt your career. You shouldn't be doing this. Any big name people ever give you counsel like that or no?
Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck.
We're walking. It was 2007 or 8. We're at the Emmy Awards. And we're walking into the governor's ball afterwards, and the award show was over. And he's always been a cool guy. I don't know him well, but every time I met him, he's always just been a class act to me.
Magnum PI, bro.
Put his arm around
me.
put his arm around me, and he said, "Kevin, you got to keep quiet." And I at that time I was like, "This is like 2008." I said, "How loud am I being?" I mean, and it was just like, "No, you got to be careful because trust me, people talk." And sure enough, it happened. But he was probably the biggest one that came up to me and said something, other than my wife saying, "Stop what you're doing."
And at any point where you're like, "Gotcha, Tom. Let me actually heed your advice."
I didn't.
Or you just said, "Nah, I'm gonna do me."
I didn't know. At that time, I was like, going, "What am I saying this about? I'm speaking the truth, but you can't speak the truth."
What were you saying in 2008 that was the truth? Like, obviously, these days it's a little more contentious. COVID, this, lockdowns.
No, yeah.
What was the drama in 2008?
Honestly, I can't remember, but I know that I was out there being a conservative. I was out there being a Christian. I wasn't like walking on the set, trying to convert people and like that. But when people would say something on the set, I would always confront them one-on-one. I go, "What do you mean about that? I don't understand what your terms of abortion. Why are we even talking about this? Why did you bring that up?" And it was just weird to me that all of a sudden that started getting out there more and more and more. I guess from me being just more vocal about it, and Tom noticed it and said something to me.
And Tom's career still going? Is he still doing shows?
He's on Blue Bloods. It's been on for like 10 years.
Yeah. So Tom. Whose show was Tom on when him and her went at it? Was it Rosie? No, was
Whoopi Goldberg?
No, not Whoopi Goldberg.
No,
it was another one who she had a show and then she got kicked off.
Who was it?
It is a Rosie.
Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie.
Not Rosie O'Donnell.
No, Rosie.
The other one.
Yes.
Where her daughter just turned on her.
The one that Trump always has.
Yeah. He's. Oh man,
Rosie Perez?
Not Rosie Perez. Oh my God.
Oh gosh, we know who
Ricky Lake.
Oh man,
no, Ricky. I did a Ricky Lake show. I was on Rosie's show.
With girl,
I was on Rosie's show. I remember being on that show.
Anyways, there was a. I'll think of it. Here. I'll bring it up. By the way, it's interesting again hearing these things because Tom Selleck, who is also been vocal, maybe not at the levels like yourself and James Woods, because you guys are like on steroids. You guys haven't slowed down at all. Both of you guys are very vocal. So when I said the story about Disney, guy, Kevin, sends me this picture. He says, we just got off a Disney cruise, and he says, on the cruise, this is one of the guys that was telling the story to the kids. I said, okay, what's wrong with the picture? He's telling a nice story. He says, look at what he's wearing, shoes. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what's he wearing?
Marc Jacobs.
Can you zoom in?
He's wearing
Can you zoom in? He's wearing high heels talking to kids.
Yeah.
Okay. So, look, this is going to confuse parents, where parents are going to say, I'm sorry, Disney, I'm just not taking my kids to the cruise. Period. There's going to be a lot of parents that don't want to answer unnecessary questions yet to an 8-year-old kid. It's too early to have those types of conversations when you get things like this. This is not controversial. This is the average parent doesn't want to talk about, a lot of different topics that they don't want to talk to them about, this being one of them. So if Disney thinks this is okay to say, what's wrong with that? Let them do that kind of things. You, again, Disney, don't understand who your customer is. And 2, you have lost control of your company, your brand, what it stood for. You have fully lost control. And it's to the point where they are walking on eggshells, wondering what they need to do to turn the company around. One of the best things we witnessed during COVID, one of the best things we witnessed during COVID was a case study of Disney. One was Disneyland. The other one was Disney World.
Right, California versus Florida. That was great.
One was Disneyland. Hey, we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to shut. And Disney World's like, nah, California. Because remember, Bob Iger was sitting on the board with Gavin Newsom to help going through this process. And then California shuts down the park. And then Bob Iger resigns from Gavin Newsom's camp, says, listen, man, I don't want to help you out anymore because what you're doing, I'm against. Disney loses 78,000 jobs. DeSantis keeps Disney World open. The restaurants around all stay in business. They're not affected by it because people are going to Disney World, and the businesses around that were making money when people were staying at Disney World staying intact. Then they interviewed the businesses around Disneyland that no longer got the traffic. They got destroyed. Disney has screwed it up so bad the last 24, 36 months. If they don't get their act together, hell, of course someone's going to buy them out at a pennies on a dollar. And Scott Rodriguez, who's a Vitainer, he's a PPD podcaster, a member. He just gave a super chat, $50, and he said, I was just at Disney World November 11th till the 20th with the family. This was the 6th time going on in the last 10 years. PPD, we are a Disney family. I can tell you the magic is gone, and it's so sad. Apple buying Disney will ruin Disney. Apple is so woke. Anyway, so
Apple's even woker than Disney. That's what
he's saying. Apple is even woker.
Pat, can I ask you a question? Because you've got 4 kids, all basically 10 and under.
Yep.
Kevin, I
got 3.
Okay, how old are they?
17, 18, and 21.
Okay, so you've got teenagers and college age. Tom, you've got teenagers.
Yep.
I've got a nephew who's 10, right? And all my buddies all have kids. They're all between 5 and 12 years old. I don't have kids. But is that the common denominator? It's just like, listen, I don't think anybody cares what you do in your private life. You want to be gay, you want to be trans, like go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from Florida. My sister went to UCF. She worked at Disney. All her friends were gay. They're all the musical theater kids that go to.
Sure. I work a lot of gay acts.
Literally, nobody has a problem with that. No. But I mean, I'm speaking as not a parent. I'm more asking you guys. Sure. Is that where you draw the line? Obviously, it's like, look, do what you guys want to do. We really don't care. But when you start trying to indoctrinate 6-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, that's where we have a problem.
I say let people grow up and find out where they want to be in their life when they grow up. Why this forcing on them when they're 5, 6 years old? What DeSantis did was saying this is ridiculous to do these to kids at this young age.
Don't say gay.
Let them figure out for
third grade and under.
I went through high school, and when I went to class reunions 5 and 10 years later, and then like 5 or 6 of the guys that I had no idea were gay now. And I said, did you have to hide this during high school? Did you know back then? And a couple of them said, yeah. But I didn't know that. Yeah. I couldn't have cared less if they were or not. But it was interesting that they had to hide it. And I think that's their biggest battle is we need to not be afraid to come out. Well, fine, to come out. In today's world, I don't think anybody's afraid anymore, especially in America. Just go for it, which is fine. But I think people are tired of being forced down their throats constantly. It's constant going on. It's like every commercial, it's like, fine, congratulations. I mean, it's gotten to a point now that people are just fed up with it, and I think people are getting more vocal about it now.
Listen, let me tell you what is going on right now, which is, I think it's going to take 2 years to come out of this, and it's not going to be easy. I think it's going to be very ugly. You know how I said I think Twitter's going to be $1 trillion company?
Yeah.
I still firmly believe Twitter's going to be $1 trillion company. I'm betting that it's going to be $1 trillion company. Elon Musk thinks within a year he can have 1 billion active users on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, Twitter was at the bottom of my apps being used. I'd never used Twitter. I was very inactive on Twitter. I would do something here and there, but it wasn't something I was like, let me get active on Twitter. Twitter's a more funner product the last 4 weeks since he's bought it, way before. I'm more active on Twitter than I've ever been because of what's happened with them. Now watch this. Now watch who's lost their minds and what they're doing and how hypocrisy gets exposed. Can you pull up Alyssa Milano's tweet
Oh my
and then
gosh.
what the Hodge twins said to her? I don't know if it's a him or a her. I think Alyssa Milano's a her.
Definitely a her.
I don't want to offend her. Alyssa Milano says, I give my Tesla back. I give back my Tesla. I bought a VW EV. I love it. I'm not sure how advertisers can buy space on Twitter. Publicly traded companies' products being pushed in alignment with hate and white supremacy doesn't seem to be a winning business model. Hodge twins. Volkswagen was literally founded by Nazis and Hitler. and like it's 173.
She didn't do her homework on this.
And then Elon Musk laughs, and you see what happens there. This is the best part when people open their mouth. All of a sudden, you're able to filter out through people's bullshits, and this is why Twitter is winning today. And Alyssa Milano is trying to find the smallest hole in the world to go hide in so people can't find her. There isn't anything more embarrassing than this. If we had a Dummy of the Week segment, this could be the Dummy of the Year segment, although there's a lot of other people that are competing with her. What do you think about this?
She's posted a lot of Dummy of the Year events. So
there's a World Cup Dummy of the Year going on right now.
With the whole mask wearing thing too. I mean, I've talked to plenty of doctors behind closed walls, and closed doors, and they sit there and go, the masks are useless. We all knew that was. I mean, it was just crazy. Walk into a restaurant, wear it, sit down, you can take your mask off. Really? So I guess in the booth, I'm safe from getting COVID. I mean, the whole hypocrisy. And she showed one that she crocheted her own mask or something. It's just. But it's it's out there now, and people do this kind of stuff. I'm on Twitter. Please follow me on Twitter. I do very funny Twitter, sarcastic Twitters, and so at K Sorbs, because my buddies call me Sorbs. At K Sorbs, check it out. I posted stuff like, you want to get rid of COVID? Tell the Clintons COVID's got something on them. That was one of them I put out there. I said Fetterman and Biden for 2024. It's a no-brainer. I mean, that's the kind of stuff I put out there. So to me, I just have fun with it. And you got their trolls out there attacking every time, but I don't care. I feel sorry for you trolls. I really do. I hope you get your lives together and actually find purpose in your life.
But again, this is a great thing about capitalism, okay? Yeah. Somebody like a Musk comes and buys Twitter. People lose their minds. But here's where I believe the connection is with Disney, with Apple, with Twitter. And this is deeply concerning. And let me kind of give you an idea what my worry is here. So so first of all, NPR, let me read the article with the 50 advertisers. If you want to pull that up, the article about 50 advertisers, you put on a different section. Let me see where that is, page 10. Okay, if we go to page 10, here's a story about what's happened with Twitter. Okay, if you want to pull it up so the audience can see this. 50 of Twitter's top 100 advertisers have pulled out from the platform since Elon Musk took over. Reports say this is an insider story. In the 25 days since Elon Musk took over Twitter, half of its top 100 advertisers stopped advertising on the platform, according to Research Center Media Matters. Again, Media Matters. Since 2020, those 50 companies have accounted for nearly $2 billion in advertising revenue. This year alone, they spent $750 million. Those 50 companies. That's a big number, by the way. Some of those companies, like Chevrolet, Ford, Chipotle, have publicly announced that they were stopping advertising on Twitter. Media Matters says the others quiet quitters because its analysis of Pathmatics data shows that they have stopped advertising for a significant period of time. Coca-Cola, Kellogg's, Meta, and amongst those who have pulled their advertising budgets away from Twitter. According to Media Matters, the list of all 50 is available in Media Matters report. The Media Center cites direct outreach, controversies, and warnings from media buyers as causes behind those companies' decisions. So now, $750 million, going to $2 billion revenue out of this year alone, $750 million. Let's do the math. $750 million divided by 12 is what, about $62 million? $62 million divided by $8 is what? 62 divided by 8. So 62 divided by 8 is 9 million, 7 million divided by 8. You need 7.75 million people per month to pay $8 a month to match that 750. That's not a big number. Here's what's scary. Listen, all the advertisers. If this guy pulls off 20 million people paying $8 a month, if 20 million pay $8 a month, he can give the middle finger to the advertisers. Sure. It's game over from there because he no longer needs their money. Now, why is this so important? Here's why this is so important. He tweets something to Apple. Can you pull the tweet up about Apple? I want to get your thoughts on this one here. Not this one. There's
About
another,
the 30% App Store?
No, he calls that Tim Cook. If you just go to his account, it should come up. If you go to his account, go up a little bit, and he says, I hope you have it. Just go a little bit more. I hope it allows you to do it. Oh, man, there's a part about him calling out. There it is, right there. Go up, one more. So click on that. Okay, click on that right there that says, what's going on here, Tim Cook? Okay, what's going on here, Tim Cook? No response. Go a little lower. I think he responds. Okay, there it is. Apple has mostly stopped advertising on Twitter. Do they hate free speech in America? Tim Cook doesn't respond. No one's saying anything. So then the threat comes out that they're thinking about potentially dropping the the Twitter app off of Apple. So wait a minute. You're going to potentially drop Twitter app off Apple? Yes. If that happens, Tom, what happens? Think about it. If Apple drops it off, guess who has to drop them off afterwards? Droid, because they have to match the two. What happens if they drop Twitter off the app?
Well, what most people don't know is there are 51 Android-based handset manufacturers in the world. Do you think one of them would like to make 20 million handsets a year for Elon Musk? I think so. Also, if you look inside cars, your telematics inside your car, that's an Android device. Android is ubiquitous. And it would be not difficult for Musk to get a phone. Look at the technology he puts into Tesla. Look what he's got in that dashboard. This would not be a difficult thing to get an Android manufacturer, make an Android-based phone, and put it on there himself. And I think people know it. I think Apple knows it. And I think Google knows it. And so the question is, I believe from a capitalist standpoint, one of those, and probably Big G or Alphabet, is waiting for this to blow over because there's a lot of money to be made. A lot of money to be made on Twitter. I think he would have another phone, not by Tuesday, but he would have another phone, and that is not what Apple would want in America.
But Tom, to get another phone, how long does it take to get another phone?
You got 51 out there that are making phones right now. That are making phones for all these markets.
I think with the technology he has at his disposal, I don't think it would take that long.
It would not take a year to get it out. Probably wouldn't take it 6 months.
This is what's been going viral right now. If you can show this on the screen, this is what everybody's been talking about. I think a Tesla phone would do well. I don't know about a Twitter phone. I think a Tesla phone, designed by the engineers, I think people would buy a Tesla phone. And it would be kind of sexy. Hey, what do you have? I have a Tesla phone.
Well, Tesla already has the app. You can start your phone. You can program your car. You can do everything on that. So there's a lot going on.
This is the same thing that happened like 4 years ago, or whatever, 3-4 years ago in Georgia. If you remember, there was an abortion thing that were coming up, the heartbeat bill, whatever it was. Yeah. Hollywood all up in arms because they love murdering children. So they love child sacrifice, but we can talk about that later. We're going to pull out. We're not going to film in Georgia anymore. So what happened? Nothing happened because Georgia has the #1 industry right now for filming movies and TV. They are completely sold out. I know Dan Cathy, Chick-fil-A CEO, his studios are totally booked for the next 2 years. 100% booked. All these big $300 million movies go out there. They can scream communism, socialism all they want. They, like you said, they're still a capitalist business. They want to make money.
Yep.
They're going to get 35% back from filming in Georgia. I got a $300 million action movie. I'm going to get $100 million back. Of course they're going to stay in Georgia. It's insane. These are just idle threats. Trust me, all this stuff will pass over. They're not going to do anything because they know down the long run they're going to lose out.
So wait a minute. So let me get this straight. So I'm going to play the devil's advocate, and I'm going to play only the paranoid survive. You're saying there's no way Apple drops the Twitter app. No way Apple drops the Twitter app off their iOS. You don't think they will? Tom, both of you guys.
I don't think they will.
I think it's a risky bet, baby. Yeah. I think it's a very risky bet.
I think cooler heads will prevail. They're going to talk about this and go, look, this is look what you just pointed out just now. They're going to look at everything down the road and say, well, that doesn't really add up for us to leave because someone else is going to jump in and take this business away from us.
So I think if Tim Cook's put in a corner, does he pull it and put him on probation and then say we have an agreement for this and then put it back? I could see a head fake, Pat. I don't see Tim pulling it down permanently.
So I'm going to give you why he would, and then I'm going to give you why he won't. And then let's have this nice little debate. Yeah. So
I have a question for you on Elon. I can ask you before. Or after.
let me just go through
Okay,
this,
go
and then
ahead.
you can ask a question about Elon. So here's why I believe he could, and this is the one thing nobody is paying attention to. Apple faces shortfall of 6 million iPhones, okay? The new ones that came out, the Pros, because protests against COVID-19 restrictions are impacting production, reports say. So if you read this story on page 6, and it talks about the 6 million shortfall, the tech giant has a factory in Zhengzhou City, located in the central Chinese province of Henan, where a recent COVID-19 breakout occurred. Foxconn, the company that makes iPhones for Apple, runs the factory. A person familiar with the operations inside Zhengzhou factory who requested to remain anonymous told Bloomberg the estimated shortfall in production could change. They added that it depends on how fast Foxconn can coax workers back into the plant, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so if there is one word, we did a case study on my TikTok account, very interesting, and we made this video yesterday. I'm going to show you numbers, and I want you to tell me if this makes any sense. You ready? I'm going to show you a case study. Okay, this video is going out in a week or two. I didn't want to start a TikTok because I knew what was going on with TikTok, and anything tied with China, I was not comfortable with. And people said, no, listen, ByteDance got to be careful. I said, let me do a case study on TikTok and see if this thing works. So we start uploading videos. All of a sudden, a couple videos get 5 million views, 3 million views, 2 million views. I'm like, okay, cool. Motivation does fine. All this stuff does fine. Couple things are doing fine. Then data. This is pure data for you to do case study. We looked at what's happened with my TikTok account the last 2 months versus prior to the 2 months. So we took 2 timelines. One was from June 7th of this year to August 5th. So try to track these numbers here. I know we don't have it there to see it. It's June 7th to August 5th. Tom, if you're tracking this.
2 months.
Yes, to August 5th. And then we did August 5th to November 23rd. Okay, if you're tracking. August 5th to November 23rd, which means August 5th to November 23rd, a couple days ago. And then prior to that, we went June 7th to August 5th. June 7th to August 5th, I uploaded 264 clips on TikTok. Of the 264 clips uploaded on TikTok, we broke it down in 4 categories. How many of them got 0 to 20,000 views? How many got 20 to 100,000 views? How many got 100,000 to a million? And how many got over a million? Here's the numbers. 0 to 20,000, 99 videos uploaded on TikTok. 20 to 100,000, 111 videos. 100 to a million, 45, and 9 got over a million. And my TikTok account was small, 50,000 followers, 80,000 followers during this period. Then my TikTok account hits 260,000 followers, and here's what's happened in the last 2 months. This is 722 videos last 2 months versus 264. Let's look at the data. Out of 722 videos, how many, Tom, you think got over 20,000 views?
Well, if it was going to be the same, you should have had about 400 of them.
Out of 720 clips, only 2 got over 20,000 views. 720 got 0 to 20,000 views. Only 1 over 100,000. Did you understand the number I just gave you?
Completely.
722, only 2 went over 20,000 views. We're looking at this case study. Raul from India is giving me the message saying, what the heck is going on here? Then we found the bogey on when everything changed. On August 5th, I uploaded a video criticizing China on TikTok.
Oh, that's right. You did the rap thing. ZZ, not the guy for me.
I uploaded the clip on China on TikTok.
Yep.
Like this, everything just went boom.
What was
all
the
way
clip
down.
on China, by the way?
You can look at it. August 5th is what the data is. But here's the point. The point is, by the way, the same clips.
They're watching. Yeah.
The same clips we measured on Instagram got 9.5 million views, got 9,500 views on TikTok.
Yep.
6.8 million views, 3.8 million views, 2.9 million views, 2,000 views, 5,000 views, 3,000 views on TikTok. Comparison Instagram to TikTok. So as much as Instagram is woke, TikTok is at a whole different level. The reason why I think Twitter could potentially do this, I mean, Apple could take Twitter down, is the following reason. What is one of the scariest things that happened after 9/11? What did George Bush and his administration
Department
come
of
out?
Homeland Surgery.
Not surgery.
Yeah, it might have been surgery.
Outside of TSA,
Department
they
of
came out
Homeland
with one other thing. What did they come up with outside of TSA? They came out with something called the Patriot Act.
Act.
Okay.
Patriot Act.
What did Patriot Act really say to us? What can they do?
That they could look at all your stuff.
They can do what? They can look at what?
Your phones, your
do they need my
computers?
permission to investigate into? They can do anything,
Correct.
right?
They don't need your permission. Specifically, it was two things: to go into your cell phone records and also to subpoena email suppliers. So now anything that whoever you've dialed and talked to, or whoever you've emailed, they can get the list.
Let me tell you, if Patriot Act was for America, what TikTok in China is doing is for the world. And if TikTok in China has the kind of data where they can track what's on your phone, you're giving them permission. Rogan read this on his podcast, and people were blown away. That thing got a few billion views. Everybody's sitting there.
Oh, that's
saying,
right. He
what
read the privacy.
He read the privacy report saying they can look at your finger, what movements you make on your phone. TikTok has the right to measure that on your phone, on other apps you're logging onto. It's TikTok is Patriot Act on steroids. And if Apple drops Twitter off their app, it has to do with TikTok. It has to do with China. That's how all of these things get tied up. On the flip side of it, I'm a Tim Cook fan, okay? I don't know if a lot of people know or not. Tim Cook is he wouldn't say this publicly, but if you've read about him and if you read books on him, I've read a lot of different material and books on this guy. He's a gay Republican, okay? He's not a Democrat. He is a Republican. He grew up in a very conservative family. He ended up becoming gay himself, but he is somebody that fiscally, Obama didn't like some of the stuff that he did. When they went to him, tell us what happened with the phone in San Bernardino, says, I'm not going to be doing it. They didn't like the fact that he
I'm
gave all
not
the
going to let
information.
the FBI have the information.
So now we're going to find out if Tim Cook's backbone, if he's going to stand up to China bullying him because he's gradually moving production away from China to India and other places. We're going to learn a lot about Tim Cook over the next 3 to 6 months. I don't think it's going to be 12 to 24 months. I think it's going to be 3 to 6 months. If they move Twitter off the app, China and TikTok are more powerful than people think. If he doesn't, Tim Cook is a G. And we're going to find that out next 3 to 6 months. That's my opinion. I may be wrong. Thoughts?
I'm with you at a certain level, and I step back and I just look at how quickly, because you have to remember what this does. If Tesla made a phone, if Musk makes a phone under any other name or calls it the Twitter phone, it doesn't matter. It becomes the destination for all things canceled. And that is 25% of the hard citizenry of the United States and up to 40% of those that identify firm conservative. And so be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. He could be creating, do you understand what I'm saying? Just this ability to suck the air out of the room. Oh, we've been canceled and this has been canceled. Well, then all those social media things that were trying to be built, remember they got themselves canceled off of, what was it, Parler? And they got Amazon to turn off their servers. There's a lot of things. I think that this opens the floodgates for like a third force. And I don't think anybody wants that to happen. Not on the left. Well, they just want it to be shut up. They don't want it to be the enabler of a third alternative.
Everybody forgets that Elon Musk wants to turn Twitter into WeChat. And WeChat is the Chinese app where you can order a car, pay money, social media, order your food, do your like it's everything.
Yeah, these are known as super apps in Asia.
Exactly. That's what he wants to turn
as well.
Yes, that's what he wants to turn Twitter into, right? He will eventually supply the everything app on his own Tesla phone.
Did
He's
we see
gonna
the
move
tweet
past
yesterday where he presented his 6 business plan slides? Anybody see that?
Yeah, he tweeted.
Did you see that?
Of course I did. Of course I did.
Guess what?
Pull it up. Pull it up and show it.
That didn't take long.
By the way, check this out. Pull it up and show it.
This is 3 weeks, and he had a more aggressive strategy than anybody else on the market.
Zoom out a little bit. So if you look at this data, we're recruiting. New signups are at an all-time high. User active minutes also at an all-time high. There's one the data that you really have to see. Keep going. Pastors,
daily active users.
Hate speech impressions are lower. By the way, you see those 2 spikes? You see those 2 spikes? Can you zoom in a little bit on those 2 spikes? You see those 2 spikes since he bought the company, how it went up to hate speech impressions, 10 million, and everybody started saying, I'm noticing the N-word and this, that. Very high on Twitter. Guess what? Do you know what it was? It was 1,500 fake bots doing all those things. And then look how it dropped immediately down because people said, because he said $8 a month, those fake bots gradually disappear. So 1,500 accounts did those 10 million dirty tweets to get him to be looked at as this is a guy that's using all these N-words. LeBron James, I'm concerned with what's going on with Twitter and all this. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are things that people fall for. And look at how hate speech is right now. At the lowest it's been since before he bought it. Obviously, during the period since he bought it, it's dropped back down. So a lot of the noise, maybe Kevin, on what you're saying with all this hate that started and now what happened 4 years ago with Atlanta, Georgia, and all these movies with the folks at Chick-fil-A, we're going to see what's going to happen, whether the dust settles or whether Tim Cook and Apple's going to go after and targeting these guys because of China. No one knows. The reason why there may be a possibility of that happening, this is a story from Fox Business. Apple restricts AirDrop file sharing in China that protests have been used. You know what the timeline is? Under the latest software update, iOS 16.1.1, iPhone owners in China can only use AirDrop to receive files, images, and videos from other non-contacts for 10 minutes, according to 9to5Mac. Protests intensified in China after a fire at a residential building in the western city of Urumqi left 10 people dead on
After they
Thursday.
welded the door shut.
Yeah. Once that 10-minute window lapses, AirDrop shifts back to contacts only automatically.
Is that 10 minutes period or 10 minutes at a time?
Look at the power.
10 minutes at a time, meaning you have a break. It's like 10 minutes, you can't do another one.
Huh.
So if I'm sitting there like AirDropping, just look what happened, look what happened, look what happened, look what happened. No. Every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes prevents things from going viral and other people seeing it. I mean, listen, China's showing the game to its people in China and Photoshop and editing sites that's showing people not wearing masks at the freaking World Cup.
World Cup,
so people have to really realize what's going on with this country. They don't believe in what you and I believe in. And when I say you and I don't mean you and I politically. 95% of people, the way you live your life, China's government doesn't believe you ought to live your life the way you're living your life. You don't share common values and principles. They don't think highly of us. They don't think we're the freedom and all that stuff that we stand for and we fight for. They don't stand for that stuff.
Well, the government of China certainly believes in capitalism, but they rule their people under the banner of communism. But they love making money and gaining power over the financial gains they get not only from America but from all over the world. So. You talk about the shadow banning you got on TikTok. I mean, I got it on Facebook before they took me down. And that's what they do. I mean, all of a sudden I was getting 1 million views and it was down to 500. Then it was down to 100,000. It was down to 50. I mean, it was just like you could see it happening right before my eyes. And I'm going, wow, so much for freedom of speech. And I think we've never had total freedom of speech in this country anyway. It's just gotten worse.
Well, I don't know if it happened to us on any other. I think I myself can't say any of that has happened on any other apps personally, except for TikTok. I see everything else was about competing and I know it's happened to other people, and I know a lot of people like yourself that stuff was taken down, viewership went down, et cetera, but I haven't seen it happen with us. Even YouTube, some people are like, well, Pat, let me tell you, you're shadow banned on Twitter, on YouTube. I don't agree. I don't think it is. I think we have to fight in the marketplace to get the message out there. I'm very confident competing with other people on YouTube. Totally get it. Our content's got to get better. We got to get better. But with TikTok, comparing to other apps, it's very obvious that there's one word you can't use with TikTok, and you cannot criticize China on TikTok. You just can't.
You know how they say the pen is mightier than the sword, right? Well, these days, social media is the ultimate pen, right? I mean, that's where you can express anything you want to say, thoughts, emojis, memes, videos, all that. I had a very enlightening experience at this Freedom Forum. Gary Kasparov, greatest chess player ever, spoke at the Vault a year ago. He invited me down to the Freedom Forum. And at the Freedom Forum, it's all just massive freedom advocates, right? From all over the world. Chinese Uyghurs and, Iranian, the lady, forgive me her name, with the hair, the one who's everywhere these days. Just complete advocates of freedom. And the most poignant example was they set up a booth, like a massive booth, probably the size of this room, and they called it the Firewall Cafe. And basically, it's sort of exposed what the Chinese narrative, like if you type something, like let's do an example right now. In Google, if you type in President Xi and Winnie the Pooh, right? Because people say he kind of looks like that. Whatever, this will pop up, right? I don't know if you can see that. Just stupid images, right? Like, or if you even put in Trump, images will pop up. But in this Chinese firewall, the Firewall Cafe, if you put that into the internet in China, no images of Winnie the Pooh will show up whatsoever. So the way that they just basically segregate any type of content that would be alarming or of anything of disinformation or anything against the narrative, they show it side by side at this Firewall Cafe. And for the first time, I'm like, oh, wow, this is what America is. As much as there's shadow banning and all that, in China, it's completely blocked. And we're seeing what's happening now with these riots and protests. And I don't know where that's going to go. Probably nothing.
They did it in the Top Gun movie, right? They made it. Tom Cruise had a jacket on. They had the Taiwan flag or something.
Correct.
There was a flag that they disagreed with. They had to go through every single frame and remove it before they would let the movie out because they're bowing down what China's telling them to do. Because China owns, I think, basically half the movie theaters in America too. But that's a big market for American movies.
So you see the Chinese protests right now. They're just holding up a white piece of paper, right? Like you've seen this. It's just a blank
so they can't,
sheet of paper, right? What is the significance of that? Do you know what that is exactly?
Well, they can't write anything that's against the government, so they just hold it up as a sign of saying we are against the government.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So what you're talking about is clashes in Shanghai as COVID protests flare across China. Hundreds of demonstrators and police clashes in Shanghai on Sunday night as protests over China's stringent COVID restrictions flared for a third day and spread to several cities in the wake of deadly apartment fire in the country's far west. The wave of civil disobedience is unprecedented in mainly China. By the way, did you see what happened yesterday? A reporter asks Steve Kerr, hey, so Coach, what do you think about what's going on in China right now with people protesting and asking for freedom? He says, oh, I don't know. I don't see you asking me questions about America where somebody comes and holds us down with an AK, with a semi-automatic weapon. How come you don't ask me those questions? I don't see you doing this, and I don't see you doing that. And I'm sitting there saying, man.
Because the NBA's paying a salary. China's paying a salary.
There's no question about it. So that's the stuff that they do, which, by the way, that kind of stuff will go viral on TikTok because they love when Americans criticize Americans.
Sure, of course.
They love. If you want to blow up on TikTok, let me give you a game plan. Go on TikTok as an American and trash Americans, trash marriage, trash, strong
traditional values,
trash traditional values, trash any of that stuff, and watch how all of a sudden you blow up on TikTok. Because TikTok's algorithms will favor you trashing any of the Western philosophies. They love that. That stuff is TikTok's bread and butter if you do that.
Well, it's pretty crazy what's happening all at the same time, right? Obviously, we remember what happened in 2020 and the protests and the riots and everything, and it was, media coverage galore. But look what's happening all over the world right now. If you look at China and these protests, if you look at Iran and these protests, if you look at Russia and these protests over the war in Ukraine, I mean, these people are what true definition of courage really looks like. Because they know that they go and they speak against the government, they may never be seen again, period.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's the difference between these types of countries and these authoritarian regimes and America. Our friend Vinny did a bit basically saying, you could do literally anything in America. You could talk shit against America. You could do all sorts of crazy nonsense. You could do this and that and be a feminist and whatever. Nothing's going to really happen to you. But you see what's happening, like, with the women in Iran basically trying to just fight for the fact that they don't want to wear the hijab.
Yeah.
And what's the number? 15,000 people are apparently going to be executed. Executed! Okay? Russia, they did an expose where, they covered the face of of a group of people, and they were basically talking about, do you think that people are going to really try to speak up against Putin? Raise your hand if you think that anything will actually happen. Nobody raised their hand.
No.
In China, everyone's wearing masks. I don't think necessarily because of the COVID thing, because they want to hide their face, right, for the whole social credit score. But the scariest thing ever in these countries is when a van pulls up and you're the guy, protesting, and all of a sudden 5-10 cops just throw you in the van, and that's it.
Yeah.
Where are you going at that point?
Yeah.
Gone forever.
And I think all of that you're saying is more of a reason why what's happening with Twitter with Elon Musk is necessary. Very much so. I think the next move is he's doing what many and he's not even, I wouldn't even put him as a conservative. I don't think he's a conservative.
Elon Musk?
I don't think Elon Musk is a conservative.
he's not a conservative.
I put Elon Musk as a libertarian, fiscally conservative guy is what I put him as. He's not a Christian. I don't see him as a guy that's going to, sitting out there saying, you need to go to church and pray. I don't see that as Musk. I don't see any of that stuff. I think he's a very, very one of those minds that's just thinking things in a different way. Free thinker. Yeah. But at the same time, he's doing what Republicans and conservatives didn't do the last 30 years. Republicans and conservatives lost a war for universities. For every one conservative professor, 13 liberals. You lost the war of media. You lost the war of newspapers. You lost the war of what else you want? You lost the war of movies. You lost the war of Hollywood. You lost the war of persuasion. You lost the war of virtual governments. You've lost the war. And the first victory they've had in many years is a guy who's not even a conservative, buys Twitter, says, I think speech should be free. That's it. And here's what I want to do. So there should be more examples of that. Somebody needs to buy the next Hulu, the next any of those things and start competing in the Hollywood space. Now, obviously, you have guys on the conservative side, like the folks at the Chick-fil-A that are investing into it, and they build a massive. I think the campus they built is the studio they built is massive. I've seen videos of it. I've seen pictures of it.
Oh yeah,
what they have.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're and like I told you, they're completely booked for the next couple of years in filming movies. Completely booked up.
Chick-fil-A campus.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the crusade of what they have.
Wow.
To compete in the Hollywood marketplace.
This was my question for you for Elon. Back to Twitter. Number one, I don't think, this is my opinion, Twitter as it currently exists, just being sort of the platform where you can just, 120 characters, whatever it is, is the type of business model or type of app that's going to blow up. Meaning, I totally agree with what Tyler's basically saying, that if he turns it into a WeChat type of thing where it's this all-in-one encompassing type of app where you can bank and get an Uber and all that kind of stuff, I think that's the future of Twitter. I don't think how's it sustainable as is right now. But that's one point. Here's my question to you, Pat. How many companies is Elon Musk running at this point, right? Between, obviously, Twitter, Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, Starlink, the Boring Company, the tunnel company that he does, OpenAI. These are the things that are coming to mind.
Sure.
How does he, what kind of bandwidth, Neuralink, what kind of bandwidth do you need to have? I mean, you're a guy who's running multiple companies. I see how you're divvying up your schedule. Like, I have a hard time just balancing two companies plus a personal life. How does someone like Elon Musk balance all of this?
I think a long time ago, he chose career over priority in life. To him, he feels his cause is more worthy of him going up against these types of enemies versus, I don't know if father is number one on his list. I don't know if husband is number one on his list. I don't know if those things are number one on his list. I think he sees himself as a warrior, crusader, genius. He's building what he's building. He does believe in procreation because he's got a lot of kids.
He's got like 10 kids or something.
So his kids are his businesses. So if you treated your businesses as your kids, because kids are very taxing, they're very demanding. So if you have 4 kids and you got 4 businesses, it is very hard to raise 4 kids. It is very hard to raise 4 businesses. You have to kind of pick and choose which one you're going to be doing. When he says he's at the office 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, 24 hours a day, he's sleeping there, what he's saying is, I'm also not spending time with the kids. I'm spending time with my kids. That's Twitter. That's this, that's that. So you can do that if you choose to treat your companies like your kids. And that's what he's doing.
But you're basically sacrificing a relationship with your kids.
Everything in life you're going to have to, at one point, when you're on a run of obsession, you're sacrificing. All these athletes we admire that you follow, Kobe Bryant sacrificed personal time with his family, 20 years of playing 82 games, 41 on the road, playoffs, Olympics. You think that's a peaceful life? Military generals, General Mattis, we admire, 35-year service. He's in, war for, you think you're good father? I haven't seen my kid 9 years out of the last 18 years. My kid was, at the house. I was at war. I was on. You think you put that as a great father? How do you describe that? So the definition of all of these things, to him, his mind is, if these generals are at war doing what they're doing, I'm simply doing my war in business, competing against these guys. And I see my kids where I take them place and we have a good time. but I'm like the general that's at war. I don't see my kids for a year and a half, for a year. I see myself same as that. I think that's his processing. And I don't think he sees anything wrong with that. And I think a lot of people that have competed at that level, at that crazy level, say, yeah, that's what you got to do. You know, when you're running for office, like John F. Kennedy ran for office when he was how old? Early 40s? What do you think his life looked like? He was the youngest president. No, 43? How old was the guy when he became president? I don't know.
42, 43
42,
years
43.
old, yeah.
Youngest ever. I mean, Obama and Clinton are right behind him, right at 47 or 48, something like that. What do you think you're doing when you're campaigning for 2 years? You don't think your kid's in second grade? He has kids that are under his desk, the pictures. Those are not 20-year-old kids. These are, what do you think it is when you're a Hollywood star, Denzel Washington? You're going out there doing movies where this guy was in Sicily for, how long were you in Sicily shooting?
3 weeks.
Okay, that's 3 weeks away from 17, 19, and a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
That's not, so these types of performers at that level, there comes with a sacrifice. But the average person will look at that and say, oh my gosh, that's terrible. But the peak performers at the top will sit there and say, yeah, that's kind of what you got to do. It's, by the way, neither side can sell it to the other side. It's purely a choice. Neither side can sell it to the other side.
And
that's a great point.
I think on behalf of Americans and on behalf of humanity, I think we're all thankful that he is sacrificing his family life. But, you do see these stories that one of his kids came out and disowned his father, and he's not my father, and he might be some sort of trans situation with one of the kids. I don't know what that story is, but you're familiar with the story, right? One of the kids basically disavowed. So these are the types of sacrifices you're making that your kids won't even love you, or they'll disavow you or disown you because you have such lofty goals. That there is, risks and rewards to everything he's doing.
Well, in my defense, we're homeschool advocates. So when I go on the road, the kids always travel, certainly when they're younger. My daughter's the only one left in school now at 17. My other 18-year-old just graduated. My 21-year-old's, doing his own thing too. But growing up, they were always on the road with me. So that made a big difference. And that's what wasn't the reason we did homeschooling. We did homeschooling because our public school system sucked and my wife wanted to do it. So, that's her book right there, Your Kids. But it's she's a homeschool advocate, travels the country doing it, and I think for us it worked out quite great. So I was with my kids quite a bit of the time.
Kudos to you guys.
Yeah,
kudos.
It made a big difference.
And I'm assuming you guys are all close to each other, the whole family.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Very much.
That takes a lot of work. By the way, when you say that about Elon's kids, realize that on the conservative side, the best president they'll look at the last 100 years is who? Who is the
Reagan?
Okay, so if you look at Reagan as the best president, his oldest biological son
Ronald
doesn't
Reagan Jr.,
agree with anything he stood for.
Yeah. Staunch atheist.
Staunch atheist. Yeah. And the son that he adopted, Michael Reagan, 100% is loyal to Ronald Reagan as his father. So, there's a risk with parenting. Because all it takes is for one kid to say that one time you said this, and then for the rest of their lives, they will go up against anything you say. They want to do the opposite. There's risk. It's a very, very tough job. Being a parent is very risky. Very risky.
Kevin, can I ask you a question regarding your book and homeschooling? So, no secret that public schools, especially, in Miami here, especially high school, not exactly the best play right there. But why do you choose homeschooling over private school? Like Pat has done a very, very hardcore vetting process. So have you, BizDoc, for the types of schools he wants his kids to go to, right, Pat? I mean, you've gone through this process and you've chosen the best of the best private schools because A, you can afford it, but B, because they teach the values and principles that you want your kids learning, for sure. What made you go down the homeschool path rather than the private school path?
Well, I grew up in Minnesota. I had friends that were doing it already, buddies that they got kids. They got married in their 20s. I got married in my 30s, so there's a whole different road for me. But they were homeschooling their kids, and so there's a lot of questions I had about that as well. And I saw the way their kids turned out. The kids are awesome. And they're great with adults. They're great with, they don't have to go through the ridiculous bullying and the whole clique thing and stuff like that. And they're awesome with everybody. And I see it with my kids as well. My wife just said, my oldest at the time was in second grade, and we thought we were in a better school district because we were out of LA County. We're up in Ventura County in California. We're supposed to be, more conservative, more better. Same problems in those schools as well. My wife said, enough of this. She goes, I'm going to dive into this. And she talked to friends that I knew that were homeschooling, and she just went for it full on. And she is like a hardcore homeschool advocate, travels the country. This is one of her books right there on it. And she speaks across the country constantly on it. And actually, she's speaking speaking at Mar-a-Lago this weekend about homeschooling there to a
Is
group.
there like a Obama putting an event over there or at Mar-a-Lago?
Not Obama's not, no.
Okay, got it.
Is it Nick
I mean,
Fuentes?
I thought maybe Obama's
He
doing it.
probably won't be there. But anyway.
Just curious.
I'd love to tell you my meeting with him one time. But
With Obama?
Oh yeah. But it was just something that for us worked really well, and also for the travel that we did with it, it just made more sense. And one blessing of COVID, you mentioned one thing great about COVID, people started waking up to see how horrible our school system is because it sucks. I don't know what we rank worldwide, 27th in the world. It's something pretty bad right now, and. When we dove into this, we were just happy to be part of it. But COVID, good Lord, 2 million more kids now are being homeschooled because people said enough of this, enough using public schools as a babysitting service for our kids. Look at